our chiefs and proxies to please check in with us. We have a fairly full agenda today, and we're going to need all of the minutes and seconds that we can squeeze out of today to get the business done. But before we start, I'm going to invite our knowledge keepers to open us up in a good way, Dr. Gwen and Simpilela, to take care of us today. So, Simpilela.
At Qualtanoia, Elk Squat, Siemtes, Quatos, Tesiokwa, Kupis, the CM. First of all, thanking each and every one of you, our respected elders, matriarchs, Kupis, chiefs that are in the room, those are online. I'm going to offer our great song called Koselish Anthem from our great ancestor, Chief Dan George.
Oh, hello, hello, oh, hello, hello,
Siam Kahanas Waham to Quaman Tommy Steam to Esteti Waste in Safe Netting Wait Steam to Sequatal Steam, BCFN Special Chiefs Assembly, Quaman Tommy Steam to Clackwatch Steam to Lai Musquims Kohopmis Celewatus Domuk to Quaman Tommy Steam, Elk Spot Steam. First of all, thanking our Creator and ancestors for continuing to give us guidance, Esteti Waste, and give us that layer of protection in Seichnetimwait for everything that we do here, staff, chiefs, kupis, CMs, matriarchs that are in the room and online. Thanking you for honoring the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh families for arriving safely, and asking Creator to continue to watch over our elders while they're walking on Mother Earth this day and days coming. With that, I say, Hat Kustimas.
White Limland for the song and the prayer. When we gather in assembly to do our work, it always allows us to be grounded and be centered, and we can focus on the work that we have to get done today. And we have a lot to get done today. And I'm going to ask for the chiefs and proxies to have some respect, to respect the times that we have, so we can allow you to go on with your busy day, finish your busy days. And for that, we are also so grateful for you giving us and allowing us some of your time today. I know, we all know that you have busy lives, taking care of business, taking care of your people, taking care of your community. And anytime that we can share, you can share some of that time with us, we are so grateful. I want to acknowledge that yesterday was a really good day. We got a lot of work done. We heard a lot of comments. We heard a lot of recommendations. We got through some of the resolutions that were prepared for you and made some decisions. And that was all good. But at the same time, we were given a lot of information about the work that is being done by our organization, BC Assembly of First Nations. I commend Regional Chief Terry Teegee, his staff, and his directors, the ones that support Regional Chief and his work that he needs to get done, for it to be tabled here and get new direction for where we're going to be going in the next year. And I know that there's been a lot of change all over the country, right in our own homes, right in our own reserves, in our communities and surrounding territorial areas. We've seen a lot of change, not only with the people, but with our tumulao, our lands and our environment. And now we have to be really focused and find ways on how we can work together to ensure that our people and our lands are taken care of. It's different sitting here. And I really respect and am honored that you've shown me the graciousness that was how we did our work yesterday. It's not easy. And that just goes to say all the work that we do isn't easy. There's a lot of work. And I commend the staff for working with you to prepare the agenda, to have our guest speakers come in, work with you to prepare the resolutions, and to gather you all here today. We have a pretty, like I said, we have a really full agenda today. We are at a critical time where not only are we as leaders doing the work, but we're also seeing our communities rise up and want to participate in that work that we do. I know I see it back home, and it's so awesome to see. They want to work because of our children, our grandchildren, and their family yet to come. They know that we're at a critical time in our history where we can make a difference. We can get involved. We can change the world and have the world understand our worldview on how things should work. And I know that you're doing that at home, and that comes through in the directions that you give us. It is amazing for us to see that change. We've noticed that there's change in our animal populations. We've seen that the change in our waters. We've seen the change in our lands. And it is concerning, and people are wondering what's going on. Mosquitoes have changed. Ducks don't go home anymore. Geese don't go home anymore. And they're wondering what is going on here. And we work together to find ways on how we can straighten, correct, align ourselves with our tumulao, our land. It is an exciting time. It's a difficult time, but it's a really exciting time for us to be working together as people. We have some legislation both federally and provincially called the Declaration Acts that outline the work that we need to done. Now we have to find how we can implement them acts to ensure that our worldviews are included in the laws of the country and this province. And I know that there's a lot of work happening on that. This morning, we are quite privileged to have National Chief Cindy Woodhouse join us to share with you, to be with you, to support you in the work that she does out of our national office, Assembly of First Nations. We know that she's a busy leader and going from one meeting to another, just like yourself. And just giving her a moment here to check in with us. And once she checks in with us, I'll ask her to come on board and welcome you, National Chief Cindy. Whenever you're ready, National Chief. White Limelick, welcome.
Anine, bonjour. Nice to see you. Oh, give me a moment here. Well, I want to thank you all. And I just have to say thank you for welcoming me here today, this morning. It's almost afternoon where I am here in Algonquin and Anishinaabeg territory. Thank you so much for having us. Just last week, just before we begin, I have to tell you a funny story, but I married a smart First Nation man, right? And his name is Curtis. I don't know, some of you may have met my hubby, but he's highly educated, has all these degrees, smart, eh? Supposed to be smart. And so I said to him about a month ago, I said, I had a dream of a necklace and a ring. And I said, hubby, I said, I had this dream of a necklace and a ring. I said, I wonder what it means. And he said, just wait until Valentine's Day. And I said, okay. So Valentine's Day came and went. And, of course, I wasn't home. I was in Washington, and there's so much going on in the world and busy. He's busy too. He runs, runs 39 different schools. And so I get home and he has a box and he says, Happy Valentine's Day. And I said, you remembered my dream. Yeah, he says. So I open up my gift and I'm so excited and happy. And he got me a book, How to Interpret Dreams. So I just thought I'd have a little laughter with you this morning after how crazy the world is. I want to good morning to everyone. It's such an honor to be with you here today. I want to thank the elder for the opening prayer today and getting us started in a good way. I also want to extend my gratitude to all the knowledge keepers and the chiefs for joining us. And, we've been in Ottawa the last few days where we've been trying to get a few things done before the end of the Prime Minister Trudeau's last few days in office. And I know that we will have a new Prime Minister very shortly. There's a lot going on in this country and in the world today. So I appreciate the opportunity to provide an update on my activities as your National Chief. It is an honor to serve as your National Chief, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk with chiefs all the time about the issues and challenges our people face each day. And I always appreciate when chiefs call me directly on day-to-day issues. Nothing's too small that if we can help in any way that we can at the AFN, I always make sure that we try our best to help and to make sure that we open doors when you need them opened. I lift up the chiefs who are at the front lines, helping our people every day. Growing up, of course, I watched my father, who was a counselor and then a chief, and I see the difficulties that our chiefs face on a daily basis. And I think it's even more horrifying now that there's just, online hurtful comments towards our leadership. And I think that that's something that we have to talk about eventually, because I think we let big tech companies off the off the hook when we don't hold them accountable. And I was talking to a tech expert, a legal tech expert, a few months ago, and I think that that's something we should talk about in assembly down the way, on how these big tech companies have come in and kind of ambushed many of our First Nations within our First Nations, and we've always kind of had order, and sometimes these tech companies are not held to account. So I think there's a bigger conversation there to be had, but that's for another day. Obviously, also a top issue on all of our minds is the Trump and the US tariffs. And I want to lift up, we want to lift up at the Assembly of First Nations Chief TG and all the BC chiefs for your leadership on this over the past few months. We know you are taking an active role with your premier, and that's so good for our people. And you're leading, you're cutting edge when it comes to that, because it's so important that every province follows through on working with First Nations people in all the territories. During my meetings with the Prime Minister on this issue, we have talked about the importance of including First Nations at the Team Canada table for these important discussions. And any Team Canada approach to border and to trade discussions in 2025 has to include First Nations expertise and perspectives. Canada is stronger when First Nations are at the table. So we stand with First Nations across this beautiful country in strongly condemning the unilateral imposition of tariffs by the United States government. The short-sighted actions of Trump and statements about forcing Canada to become part of the United States through economic coercion are absolutely unacceptable. First Nations have inhabited these territories long before colonial borders were established. Our lands hold vast deposits of critical minerals, forests, and freshwater supplies that sustain communities on both sides of the borders, on both sides of the medicine line. After meeting the Prime Minister last month, we have been meeting regularly with our AFN Executive Committee and engaging the J Treaty Border Alliance. We have also been reaching out to leaders of the national American organizations in the United States. Since the last time I was in Coast Salish territory earlier this month, we had traveled to Washington to speak with tribal chiefs from across America. At the Winter Congress of American Indians, we talked in the spirit of our ancestors about how to protect our collective rights and advance our economic interests during these uncertain times. To keep the dialogue going, we invited leaders of the National Congress and all U.S. tribes to join us for our National Assembly in July on Treaty 1 territory here in Winnipeg. And, thinking of Manitoba, I do want to take a moment for the families of our sisters missing in the landfill outside Winnipeg. I just got off the phone with the Grand Chief there, and there's partial remains that were found. And I think it's going to take a week or two to identify who the individual is in the landfill. And I know that was hard fought. So we hold our breath with news last night that human remains have been found. We lift up the families during this difficult time. We lift up the Manitoba Premier for his leadership and his compassion. Had it not been for a First Nations Premier, I don't think we would have even been looking. And we think of the families in BC too, and all the great BC leaders for calling for justice for so long. I remember being a young person, and we were inspired about the leadership of the BC First Nations and your push to speak up for our women that were disappearing off the streets. Vancouver and BC was farther ahead than we were when I was just a young person, walking the streets of Winnipeg. There was maybe 10 or 15 of us at the time. One of them, of course, was the now Bernadette Smith, who's now a minister, the first ever in 152 years of the creation of Manitoba. But I was proud of her for that, because her sister was missing. And I know that we took a lot of lessons, and we take a lot of advice from the First Nations in BC on how to fight back about our women going missing off of these streets. And I'm glad for the MMIWG report, but it was really, really hard fought, as always, every time we want inquiries. So with the upcoming election coming, we will be calling on all parties to follow through on the calls for justice from the public inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. And we will not stop fighting for the families and their loved ones. When we think of the calls for justice, we also think of the public inquiry's recommendation regarding discrimination by colonial police forces over the years, which continue today. We lift up all BC chiefs for your tireless work to try and keep your community safe. And of course, for the Healthstick Tribal Council for their challenge to the RCMP's indifference to the crime, violence, and drug crisis in their community. Unfortunately, this is the most recent example of neglect and discrimination. Over the past year, we have heard of dozens of First Nations dying in the custody of colonial police forces. Next week, we will be back in Ottawa for meetings, and one of those will be with the Associate Minister of Public Safety. During this discussion, we will be renewing our calls for a national inquiry to the actions of colonial forces towards our people. At the same time, we will make sure that the minister understands that an inquiry cannot be an excuse for the government to meet their obligations, to do nothing to meet their obligations. In the upcoming election, we will also be challenging each party to commit to passing legislation that is aligned with our positions on First Nations policing and the key principles to be included in the legislation. And it's not just First Nations telling the government to act. The Supreme Court has now made it very clear to provincial and federal government that it's no longer okay to underfund First Nations policing in this country. As we reflect on the calls for justice, we also think of our children and the harm caused by Canada's racist First Nations child welfare system. For too many years, we have been fighting in court to fix a system that picked up right where residential schools left off. Problems with First Nations child welfare did not start with us. This is something that was done to us. Since time immemorial, we have kept our children well, healthy, and balanced with the land, with our language, and with our waters. Thanks to our unity in this fight, we reached a historic turning point in 2023 with what was at the time the largest compensation settlement in the history of this country. So before I wrap up, I just want to remind all chiefs that we have a historic day coming up on March 10th. Starting March 10th, eligible claimants will finally be able to apply for their portion of the historic $23 billion compensation settlement that we all negotiated with Canada in 2023. So I lift you all up. After years of fighting for the recognition of harms done through Canada's discrimination, we are now less than 2 weeks from the point where eligible claimants for the removed child and removed child family classes can submit their application forms. We need to let eligible claimants know that it's time to get ready. Earlier this month, we announced our plans to launch a national Get Ready campaign to help raise awareness and get accurate information to claimants about eligibility, about processing and payment times. First Nations will not need to pay anyone to help them submit a claim or help them receive a payment. Instead, claimants will be supported by a network of trained claims helpers. The Get Ready campaign will include resources to support wellness, ways to report fraud, and public service announcements in First Nations and other media. Information is posted online, so we'll make sure the link is sent around to you today. And while no amount of money can make up for the harms done, this compensation settlement is an important acknowledgement of the harm that First Nations have experienced. As we move forward with direct compensation this year, we will also push for long-term reform of this racist system that continues to incentivize apprehension over prevention. And we will continue to remind Canada that they have not met their obligations under the Human Rights Tribunal orders to end discrimination for all First Nations children on reserve and in the Yukon. And we will keep repeating our call during the federal election for whoever is elected to come back to the table to negotiate with the new National Children's Chiefs Commission. At the same time, we lift up the Chiefs of Ontario and the Anishinaabe Nation for their decision to ratify a final agreement on long-term reform of First Nations Child and Family Services Program. They have been good relatives to the next generation of First Nations children. We are confident the agreement they concluded yesterday with Canada will create sweeping and positive changes for children and families across the territory, starting within the next 45 days. So just as I want to close off, I want to thank all of you for your hard work in being good relatives to the next generation. This is something that Chief Justice Sinclair used to ask us. Have we been good in life? Have we been good relatives? Have we done what was needed? With this work, we are doing I am very confident that we are all being good relatives. We are witnessing a shift in this country, and you're all part of it. And we see the shift with record attendance and energetic dialogue at our national assemblies. We are energized by diverse opinions, not threatened by them. We see the shift when we travel and talk to people in communities across this beautiful land. We see hope in our culture coming to life in so many ways. We see this shift extending the borders now in the face of this new era of US colonialism. And we see this shift in the economy and our public life, where First Nations are taking the lead. We can manage multi-billion-dollar projects. We can be Supreme Court judges like Justice Favel. We can be best-selling authors and Academy Award nominees, just like sugarcane. Yay to sugarcane! We lift you up in a good way. We can go on with the opportunities that we see, and the Price. What's his name there? Carey Price. We look at all these people. But let me close by saying there is much work ahead. But by strengthening our relations and staying united, we can achieve anything. So, Chimmy Gwetch for having me here. I know there's so much work to do. An election's on the way. We're drafting an election priorities document for First Nations to share with every single candidate in this country so that they can't say they've never heard from First Nations or they don't know about our rights or anything. We're creating that document for us. AFN is to make sure that candidates across this country are aware of it, and party leaders, and what's their response to some of our asks. So I'll leave it there, but we look for feedback from all of you chiefs. Connect with us anytime, and if you need my cell number, I'll leave it with the AFN staff. So thank you so very much for having us, Miigwech.
Liamland, National Chief Cindy Woodhouse, thank you for your presence, your remarks, and your continued support and advocacy for the First Nations at the AFN. I'd like to invite questions or comments from the chiefs and proxies for the National Chief. I call on Deb Foxcroft.
Good morning, and thank you, Cindy, our National Chief, for your presentation. I appreciate the words, and I'm happy to hear that children and families is a priority for the AFN and for the chiefs. As you know, the resolutions that were passed was in Calgary and in Ottawa was to support the National Chiefs Commission, Children's Commission. And so I'm just asking a quick question. Will you be accepting the invitation to meet with our commission tomorrow? I think there has been correspondence sent to you and also an invitation out to meet with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So tomorrow's Aboriginal Justice Awareness Day, and I'm gonna be spending it with communities. JJ Harper had passed back when, and then of course we have Murray Sinclair, who had just passed this year, and of course they focused on the Aboriginal Justice Inquiry. And one of that, of course, was to recognize Aboriginal Justice Awareness Day. So the AFN will be closed tomorrow. It's not to disrespect anybody, and I'm hoping that we can reschedule our meeting to Monday or Tuesday. And I know that Andrew in our office was connecting with the National Children's Chiefs Commission to try and find a workable time for Monday or Tuesday. So I'm hoping we can work on that together. And yeah, follow up.
Liamland. And just remind our chiefs and proxies to identify yourself and the nation that you're representing for the record. And I'll call on Chief Jerry Jack, and after Chief Jerry, Chief Fred, Cookby Fred Robbins. Jerry?
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Clackwigela, Chief Jerry Jack Moch at Muchlet First Nation. Thank you, National Chief, for your presentation this morning. I just want to say that we launched a title and rights case a couple of months ago in the Supreme Court of British Columbia, and I had a meeting. I was at the Truck Loggers Association meeting, and I had a meeting with the CEO and president of Western Forest Products, and he didn't tell me the day of that that his guests were John Rustad, the Northern Vancouver Island MLA, and the forestry critic. And I never heard so much racism in my life when I was sitting there having dinner, coming out of John Rustad and the lady and the gentleman that was from the forestry critic. It is very hurtful. And but anyway, I just want to say thank you for all your work. And I just want to say the invitation is open always for you to come to Moowitch Muchlet, because I think it's really important, because we call it the ground zero of contact, because that's where Captain Cook landed in 1778. He was the first white man to land in British Columbia. And since then, we have had many television shows go through our territory. We had the German version of Alone. We are currently filming a show on Discovery Channel. Controversial. It's a logging show, but I support logging because it's done in a sustainable way. And but anyway, I just wanted to say thank you for all your hard work and to keep it up. And I look forward to seeing you the next time we're in the same space. Clicko, clicko.
Thank you so much, Chief Jack. Absolutely. Look, I had committed that I would come to your community, so my staff is on the line. Let's find a date sooner than later, maybe early spring, early summer. I'd love to come to your community. As for facing racism, I'm so sorry that you had to face that, and unfortunately, each and every one of us faces that all the time. And if there's anything offline that we could talk about, if you need my help on writing a letter or helping you with maybe having further conversations with these people and setting them straight, please feel free to reach out. You do have my cell number, so we can connect offline on that. Thank you.
Limland. I now call on Cookby Fred Robbins, and after Cookby Fred, Cookby Helen.
Wait for quite a cook stack of in this chino. Pocachin. Can minimal runs quest to scare Cookby. Just for translation, I want to thank you for the prayer and the song this morning to start us off. Coming in from the northwest corner of the Secwepemc Nation, and I consider us a remote community. National Chief, I was kind of curious about some of the work that you're doing, and you know, just listening to some of the chiefs that have already spoke. The racism and discrimination piece is a concern. In 2013, I started a commemoration project. We kicked off the work for residential schools and started a pilot project for education in grade 5 and grade 10 on residential schools. Apparently that wasn't enough. It's still happening in School District 27. Racism and discrimination is, I mean, we've just in the past year, with the support of the union, BC Union Chiefs, I've had 2 superintendents come in and resign because they don't know how to deal with the racism and discrimination. So I'm looking for some support from you, National Chief, to start moving this into a national scale, because the only way we're going to be rid of racism and discrimination is through our education systems. It's happening with our teachers and our students, and there needs to be a process made available for those that are being discriminated against. There needs to be some kind of reprimands to the teachers and the students in these institutions. It was these institutions that took away our rights, our culture, our traditions, and our heritage. I believe it should be these institutions to bring them back. So that's where I stand on that, National Chief, and I look forward to some kind of support from your team to put a stop to racism and discrimination in School District 27. I'm not saying that it's just in 27, but if we're going to do an investigation, I prefer it start that SCA and the First Nations in the local area be the tip of that spear, so that we can start to put a stop to the discrimination and racism in the province of BC and across Canada moving forward. A lot like the healthcare and the in plain sight document. That's the kind of research that we need done. And I have 32 letters here, National Chief. I have 32 letters right here. And it's all complaints about the services and the deniability of racism and discrimination in School District 27. Teachers being told that you're not educated enough to be a Shuswap teacher. Students being told you go sit in a corner because that's where the reserve is. You know, these things that are happening in School District 27 continue today, and the superintendent has changed, is not willing to deal with it. The next superintendent came in, changed, not willing to deal with it, and now we're getting close to an election for school trustees, which I think is opportune time for some support letters from the national chief as well as the regional chief, who I believe is on the call, to start to move this in a positive direction so that we can put a stop to it. For far too long, 155 years of racism and discrimination and the stereotypical Indians aren't smart enough doesn't cut it anymore. So I look forward to seeing that letter of support and from your team. Thank you, and I think some of the work that you're doing is great. I know just like you have a lot on your plate. You're thinking about all of Canada, all the First Nations across Canada, the treaty, non-treaty. And I think moving forward, I think you're doing a good job. And I look forward to seeing some responses. Gupsham, thank you.
Thank you, Cook P. Robbins. Absolutely. Look, we'll gladly get you. My team will start working with your people on that, drafting that support letter. We know residential school denialism is on the rise. Right-wing thinking is on the rise, unfortunately. And, you know, we are, as you say, there's elections coming up. Let's take that as an opportunity to make sure we have First Nations priorities documents well written from our experts across this country as we talk to all these people that want to sit in the House of Commons on what that is. And I think back when I was just young and I worked, Phil Fontaine was national chief at the time. And I remember we used a polling company. I think it was that poll company. We used a polling company anyways, one of the mainstream polling companies, to go across Canada and ask what Canadians thought of us. And those poor pollsters, when they came back a few months later to an executive meeting to tell us what Canadians thought of us, they were so embarrassed to even tell us the results because they were such terrible results. You know, back then, nobody believed that residential schools happened. And so I have to uplift the work of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, the BC Chiefs, your push on the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. I know that we have a long way to go. And I think that it's time that maybe we go back and we do polling again across the country to find out where the gaps are and how we could do better once again. I know TRC did it, and Phil Fontaine, did it when he was national chief, and maybe that's something that we consider again and try and get some of that research done so that we find out how and where we can make things better in this country. It's just horrifying to hear what you're telling me. And so our team will reach out to your team and we'll get you a letter of support. Absolutely. And we do have to challenge these education systems in this country. There's just too many. And I know we had our education forum for AFN last week, and I think there's only one First Nations school division in the entire country, and that's unacceptable. I think that there should be more, and I think more groups of First Nations need to gather, and as we build up our own systems of governance and that we help each other. I think that's one way. And the other way is, of course, challenging these institutions. You see it even in sports, for instance. This past summer, it was sad to see certain provinces have, non First Nation kids on their rosters for like the North American Indigenous Games, and there was barely any First Nations kids on there. It's disheartening to see that all the time. So we have a long way to go, and I look forward to working with you. Thank you, Chief.
Limland, I call upon Cookby Helen, your name and nation you're representing for the record, and your comments, questions for the National Chief.
Wait, Huhuidap, Gukbit Helen Henderson, Wensquest. Hello, everyone. My name is Chief Helen Henderson, and I am from Chikeskin First Nation, formerly Cannon Lake Band. I first want to acknowledge the prayers this morning and the prayer song. I believe in protocol, and I believe in starting us off in a good way. Prayers definitely are needed in our communities as we continue to navigate through our grief and loss. I want to acknowledge all of the matriarchs in our meeting today. You continue to carry the strength of our communities and continue to carry the love and support that's needed for our our children, youth, and families. And I hold my hands up to your hearts, your minds, and your souls for carrying that work. I want to acknowledge National Chief for creating space for us today. It's good to see you again, National Chief. I've had one-on-one conversations with you about our most precious resource, which is what I'm going to discuss today. My comments certainly and my questions are around the process that we find ourselves in here in the province of BC as we look for solutions on how we navigate through our negotiation of final settlement agreement for this province. And I know, things have been said at national level that, the national approach is not on the table anymore. And so I'm looking for clarity and certainty on those statements as it relates to regionalization and what does that look like for all of us moving forward. We here in the province have a couple of motions that are floating in all of our leadership forums that ensure that we're sealing up any of the gaps that we see so that our children, youth, and families don't fall through the cracks during these critical times of what is being described as a failed negotiation for the rest of us in Canada. So how do we move forward together? National Chief, I know that, in a very good way, we do hold up, the chiefs of Ontario and how they were able to mitigate for their children, youth, and families. Absolutely. My heart goes out to all of us that are doing the work. None of us are exempt from the work, regardless of what's playing out in this country today. And that's where I want to bring the conversation back to our children, youth, and families and how we wrap supports around them in these processes that become complicated. So my goal as Gukbi and Chief is to bring it back to our children. And what does that look for? TFN children. And as you know, National Chief, Chikeskin First Nation drew down their full jurisdiction on December 21st, 2024. And we're very proud of ourselves. We've had multiple file transfers, the first Indigenous community with actual file transfers, and that sends chills and shivers through my entire being as Gukbi. That's what I've been working toward my entire being, is to bring our children home. So in that context, National Chief, we face some barriers in our coordination agreement. I know that with the federal election, everything is on pause. And, I've heard in the past couple of days from political leaders, both provincially and federally, that they need us as allies, especially against these tariffs. these tariff threats as title and rights holders to our territories. They need us, and we know they do. But what's the reciprocal action on their part when we need them? Time and again, we need them to show up at our tables, National Chief. And time and again, we're banging our heads against the table, against the wall, trying to be heard. So I believe that, those of us that are pursuing, that are close to, jurisdiction, are caught in this limbo because of the federal election that's looming, and whether or not these files are going to be supported in the future. And the optics of what's played out in this country, where the chiefs of Ontario were able to move forward without the rest of the country, to me does not look good. And how do we rectify that in unity as we move forward for the next 7 generations of our children and families? So, National Chief, I just I want some certainty on what those processes look like for the NCCC. I understand that there's some very important dates set aside for your office, for sure, and looking forward, we can certainly look at all of those dates and ensure that it doesn't fall on office closure dates. Those types of things are pretty manageable. And that's what heartens me about conversations like this, National Chief, is that we can reduce those barriers and we can come up with solutions together. And that's what we're doing here in the province of BC through all our nationhood work, is to ensure that the solutions are collective solutions for all of our children across Turtle Island. Thank you for your time, National Chief. I know that you carry the weight of all of our collective. I know as Gukbi of my community and as part of the largest Secwepemc nation, I know how that feels. And my hands and my heart go up to you for continuing on with the work. Difficult conversations continue to need to be had around this, but I know that because we have at the center, that we're going to be able to come together and do what's right for them.
Limland Cookby.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. Yeah, no, I know that it's, look, my heart goes out to all First Nations across this beautiful country as we navigate through. I'm so proud. I got to just say, I'm just so proud of all of you, though, for October. I think the whole country watched. And I'm glad for the first time in history that we're really talking about children, to say, is this system of child welfare working for our country, our people? And it's not. We knew that. And it's been a hurtful system to many families across this country, in First Nations communities and off reserve. Of course, we heard all those issues. And I think we kicked the door wide open on this issue. The issue is as well, I think we've got some protection that the courts can't just, this court system has to deal with you and your First Nation, whether you're Ontario or in BC or in Manitoba or in Quebec. This issue still remains before the court. So we have to deal with it one way or another. I know that it's not easy. And I know that the conversations are not always easy. The one thing, though, that I know that Chiefs in Assembly had asked for a draft be brought back, I pushed really, really hard, knowing that, there was kind of coming towards an end of a mandate with a government that was willing to help us along with this issue. And I know I want to uplift the outgoing Prime Minister, because when I went to see him, I going to be honest, I asked for more money than that, and him and I fought so hard, and we came up with the 47.8 billion. I know that there was many, many, many people before me that came and have worked on this issue long before I have many former national chiefs, Sean Atleo, Perry Bellegarde, you go on and on, Phil Fontaine, when he started off with Dr. Blackstock. And I know that lots of work had went into this. and we still need to put work into it. And I know that many regions still wanted some tweaks, wanted some extra things in there. That's okay. We should be able to have those conversations. At the end of the day, the government has to deal with this issue and has to deal with us on this issue. I get that Ottawa's in limbo right now and everything's kind of at a standstill. At the same time, we're still here, we're still doing the work, and we're going to lift up, of course, the NCCC. We've been told that by chiefs in assembly that they want the NCCC to lead this. So I know that we're looking for resources within the AFN to make sure that we give them what we can. I know we have a little bit of money there, so we're going to make sure that we transfer that to them. And I know that there's lots of different conversations, legal conversations that need to be had, but certainly we're there. I'm so proud of you for working on your own laws. I encourage all First Nations to begin working on their own laws. Like we've never given up jurisdiction for our children, and the Supreme Court reaffirmed that again just last February. What a landmark ruling. So the courts, we're not at a disadvantage here. The federal government has to deal with every First Nation on this issue. And, whether when it comes to Ontario, I know that they accepted the deal that had been offered in October. I can't speak for them. And certainly I do lift them up in a good way as they want to get moving on their end on that. But certainly there's so many First Nations across this country that still need to keep moving forward. And we've got experts and people on the NCCC that are stepping forward that want to begin to negotiate, and we'll continue to push for that. So thank you so much.
Thank you, National Chief. I'll ask Regional Chief Terry TG to close out this session.
Thank you, Harvey. Thank you, National Chief, for accepting our invitation to speak to our chiefs here in British Columbia. I certainly know, as you stated, that Ontario accepted the deal. So I would say at this point that it's really important to concentrate on Minister Haidu to get a mandate to now start negotiating with our regions and perhaps nationally right now. I think, that's the next item up on our agenda is the NCCC and also child welfare. We will have a resolution calling for negotiations on BC specific. We do have a tripartite working group implementing C-92. There's no point in taking over jurisdiction if we become the discriminators to our own kids. So certainly I think there's a lot of work to do considering where we're at. And I haven't heard from Minister Haidu. She consciously chose to negotiate with Ontario and only Ontario, and that's completely divided us. So with that being said, thank you for accepting the invitation. The other piece I want to concentrate on is the issue of racism out here in British Columbia, right in the heart of Musqueam territory. There is a member of Legislative Assembly, Dallas Brody, that called out, that continues to state denialism statements from the provincial government as part of BC Conservative Party, stating that there are no graves. And myself, as well as Cookpee Roseanne Casimir, who's in the room here, are putting out a press release, and certainly we would want to hear your voice on this, calling out any member of government, albeit provincial or federal. These denialism comments are hurtful and they're not helping. And we know for a fact there are thousands of children that have gone missing, and some are in these graves and some have died elsewhere. So it's really important to call it out. So I'll leave it at that. But once again, thank you. Masi.
Thank you, Miguch.
Again, thank you, National Chief, for your presence today and for sharing and being available to hear and be given some new advice, guidance, and the road that you walk on is a difficult one. And just know that we're here walking with you. So thank you for your time today and have a really good day. White Limit.
No, Miguch, gigabin minawa mina. No, thank you.
We'll transition into our next agenda item this morning. And I'd like to introduce representatives from the newly established National Chiefs Commission. BC Representatives Tracy Lavin and Deb Foxcroft to provide an update. And after they give the update, there will be a resolution that will follow the update given by the two leaders. So I turn it over to you, Tracy and Deb.
Good morning. Uklama Quill.
Oh, Deb, you're muted.
So sorry. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
good. All right. Uklama Quills, Sisha Aksub, Deb Foxcroft. I'm also one of the commissioners for BCAFN. I was appointed by AFN along with Cheryl Casimir. Just want to acknowledge everyone that's here, especially the chiefs, hereditary chiefs, the knowledge keepers, the elders, and especially the youth that are online. This is a very important work that we're doing on behalf of them now and into the future, along with any of the children that are unborn. So I just wanted to give a quick overview. Before I get started, I just needed to give a message from Cheryl Casimir. She unfortunately couldn't be on this call this morning, and she just wanted to say good morning. She's sending her apologies for not being able to join you for this portion of the agenda, as it would be my last in the capacity of BC representative for NCC. She did say that our group meets every Friday, which is understandable given the magnitude of the work and mandate provided to address long-term reform and Jordan's principle. With my 3 roles as newly elected chief for my community, First Nations Summit, First Nations leadership, it became apparent that I am not able to participate fully to represent BC's interests due to the conflicts schedules. It's been an honor and a pleasure in the capacity, but I must step away so that someone who has time and experience to represent us in this impactful work can assure this important work, can ensure this responsibility. So she wanted to give you the message as she was also appointed along with myself, and that was the message she wanted for me to share with you today. It was unfortunate, and I know Cheryl's passion and her always ongoing political support at the tables in terms of children and families, and I know she will always be there at those tables as a supporter. I just appreciate her. So to date, I just wanted to say that the National Children's Chiefs Commission has been working towards 4 goals. And I know we've been working diligently. We meet every Friday and meetings in between since November, end of November. So getting established is what we've been doing in the last several months. And so regions began appointing commissioners and alternates in November of 2024. And we now have, I think there's 11 regions that are represented other than Ontario. And there is the Yukon and also Northwest Territories are also represented at the table. So the commission, our work has been to, first of all, we did draft terms of reference where we approved in principle by First Nations in Assembly in December. And the commission began holding regular meetings in December. We did appoint an interim legal counsel, currently pro bono, and interim secretariat support, currently volunteering in January. Again, we've done this as volunteers because there is no budget. We haven't seen any resources yet from the National AFN. And so we also held an in-person gathering at the Squamish Nation on January 23rd, 24th, where they appointed a chair, who is Chief Pauline Frost, from the Wituwichin First Nation, and co-chair, and I got appointed as a co-chair, and I'm from the Siksha First Nation. And they approved the Commission's terms of reference and their negotiating team's terms of reference subject to final approval by the First Nations in Assembly. We put out national call for expression of interest for the negotiating team, and we'll make negotiator appointment shortly. We've been working openly and transparently and with full accountability to First Nations. The Commission is working to finalize a communication plan to ensure that it is communicating fulsomely with First Nations across the country. And we're also putting out frequent news releases to raise its public profile and make it clear that the Commission is prepared to work forward and with a renewed negotiations. And all of this is based on the resolutions that were made by the chiefs in Assembly in Calgary and also in Ottawa. We're looking for and engaged and to engage Canada in a renewed negotiations towards long-term reform. The Commission is encountering, unfortunately, resistance from Canada. Canada has stated that it will negotiate with Ontario, as they are willing to negotiate on Canada's terms, but not with any other region and not at the national level. However, Canada remains under legal orders to work with the AFN and the Caring Society to develop remedies to Canada's discrimination against First Nations children. The Commission has reached out to Canada to begin discussions towards a letter of commitment, which would establish the issues where the parties are largely in agreement and articulate the areas where detailed negotiations will be required. A letter of commitment would be legally binding and would commit a government to work with the Commission towards long-term reform. The fourth goal was establish a collaborative relationship with the AFN executive. Although we've, honestly, we've encountered some resistance from the AFN, the national, and that is why I asked the question, because we've been requesting meetings. We had one person in-person meeting last month, and we want to continue that on a regular basis to get the support from the national chief. And I just heard her commitment about meeting with our commission on Monday or Tuesday next week, so that's a good thing. So the Commission is also, as I said, the First Nations in Assembly provided a clear mandate to the National Children's Chief Commission, Resolution 60 in 2024, establishing the Commission and directed it to work openly and transparently to provide strategic direction and oversight of long-term reform. Resolution 61 2024 directed the Commission to renegotiate the draft FSA in keeping with the guidance provided by the First Nations in Assembly. And Resolution 89 2024 directed the Commission to immediately get to work on long-term reform resolution. And also Resolution 88 24 directed both Canada and the AFN to fully and publicly respect the direction provided by the First Nations in Assembly. Despite the very clear instructions from the First Nations in Assembly, Canada is saying that it is unclear of the role of the Commission, and the AFN is not yet to clear up that confusion. This is a similar matter of the AFN writing to Canada to repeat the instructions provided by First Nations in Assembly, and that the Commission is now leading the work on long-term reform of Child and Family Services and Jordan's Principle. The Commission must work collaboratively with the AFN executive and is working to establish that relationship. The chair, co-chair, and some of the commissioners met with the AFN executive briefly, as I said, on February the 6th, 2025. That meeting was promising, but did not allow for meaningful conversation about the path forward. A follow-up meeting was scheduled for tomorrow, as I asked, invited the national chief to that meeting, but as she said, it was canceled. Anyway, the Commission is working hard to fulfill its mandate, and we need the AFN to step into its role as the body to implement the will of the First Nations in Assembly. So as I said, we've been working diligently since probably beginning of December, and presenting out to the national provincial organizations. We did meet with the Union of BCN Chiefs last week, and here at the BC Assembly, and we will also be doing a presentation at the First Nations Summit. And so I just wanted to say I appreciate all of the Chiefs' support to date as we do this work, and especially on behalf of our children and youth and families. This is really sacred work, and it's heart work, and I appreciate the Chiefs' support and priorities to this, the Children's Commission, and all of our children and youth in our communities. Thank you. Just open to any questions or comments.
Lim and Deb for the update. Before we move to questions, comments on the update, I will ask the chiefs and proxies to review Resolution 06-2025, entitled BC Pathway for Long-Term Reform of First Nations Child and Family Services and Jordan's Principle. I will go to therefore it be resolved. Therefore it be resolved that 1, the BC Chiefs and Assembly recognizes that the inherent right of jurisdiction over children and families is held by First Nations and fully supports ensuring a BC-specific process for the long-term reform of First Nations Child and Family Services and Jordan's Principle that recognizes the distinct realities faced by First Nations in BC. 2, the BC Chiefs and Assembly directs the Regional Chief, working with the First Nations Summit and the Union of BC Indian Chiefs as the First Nations Leadership Council, to advance and advocate for a BC-specific pathway for long-term reform of First Nations Child and Family Services and Jordan's Principles, including engaging with Canada to explore a path forward on a BC-specific agreement on the long-term reform of First Nations Child and Family Services and Jordan's Principle. This resolution was moved by Chief Don Tom. Oh. Excuse me. This is still bullet 2. Ensuring the free, prior, and informed consent of First Nations in BC is sought in the development of any regional addendums to the national agreements negotiated by the National Children's Chiefs Commission. Requesting transparent and regular updates by the National Children's Chiefs Commission to the BC AFN Chiefs and Assembly on the progress of all meetings and negotiations, including after negotiations. And number 3, the BC Chiefs and Assembly calls on Canada to take all steps necessary to ensure First Nations children and families in BC are adequately supported and to immediately engage in good faith discussions with BC First Nations on long-term reform. This resolution number 6 was moved by Chief Don Tom, and I am looking for a seconder.
Simply on proxy for Squamish, willing to second.
White Limland. I'll open the floor for comments and discussions on the update we just received from Deb and on the resolution number 6. The floor is open. We're not seeing any. I'll acknowledge Cookpee Helen Henderson.
Wait, Helen Henderson once quest. Hello, everyone. My name is Chief Helen Henderson from Chikeskin First Nation. I just want to thank Deb for the robust update for sure. You've been busy, and I want to again hold my hands up to you and Cheryl for all the tireless work off the sides of your desks. You know, that can't be stressed enough. And so moving forward, you know, my question is, what is the process for appointment to the NCCC if Cheryl has stepped away? And just looking for next steps on filling that gap for sure moving forward, Cook's Jim. And I just again want to stress, you know, the amount of work that we're all carrying for sure, and how much we all want to be involved and put our names forward, which tells me that there's a tremendous amount of work on your side of the table as well. So again, my hands go up to you, Cook's Jim.
I acknowledge, thank you, Cookbee. I acknowledge Chief Dan Manuel.
Wai Haskell Halt, Peace Noxil, Wai Ilial Michwam, Isquist Walila, Kin Yel Michwam till Spachman, Olkin Keltmich, Chief Dan Manuel, Upper Nicola Band. Thank you, Deb, for the update, and really, you know, just want to ensure that diversity of opinions, as we have expressed here, and I have expressed since last July when we first started this dialogue around this final settlement agreement as it pertains to our communities. And by the dialogue that we've had, I understand that you know, the dissatisfaction with the final settlement agreement, among other things, was expressed in a way that pointed to the need for free, prior, and informed consent, which I see is a part of this resolution. However, there's a bit of a missing part there, I believe, in the resolution that calls on or references BC specific process when we don't have a specific, and we've never had a fully mandated BC specific process developed. We've had a lot of discussion and talk. We've heard both sides. We know that and need to understand that many communities in BC, including Upper Nicola Band, supported the FSA. That support was delivered through processes internal to Upper Nicola Band. that involved our Kustem Tima, who have, as Cook B. Helen has expressed, in Upper Nicola, we have put our children in the center of this work, and we have recognized the jurisdiction of our grandmothers over our children, and that jurisdiction lies solely with them. It does not lie with the chief and council of the Upper Nicola Band. It does not lie with the government. It does not lie with the BCFN, the National Children's Chiefs Commission, or the Assembly of First Nations. I've been obviously involved in following the developments of the FSA nationally and the unwillingness of the federal government to engage in a national dialogue following the refusal or the rejection of the FSA in October, and then further entrenched by resolutions in December at the AFN Chiefs Assembly. I heard, again, we hear a lot of talk about working together and collaborating to find a way for our children. And I think that really, if we are truly adhering to the expressed wishes of the National Children's Chiefs Commission, we have to find a way to bring all communities in to support the work. And I don't see that support on the ground as we're speaking here. I did attend a few sessions. I think I attended a session early in January where, there were, I don't even think there were 10 chiefs that were in attendance to bring some updates around the formation of the National Children's Chiefs Commission and the important work that was going to be carried out. So I guess in terms of the resolution, I think that first we have to, and this I would guess is, and I have no political insight into the thinking of government and how they're going to respond or how they have responded to the particular situation that we're in after the rejection of the FSA. As has been said here a couple of times this morning, the Chiefs of Ontario and the Anishinaabe Nation have agreed to an Ontario-specific process and signed an agreement with Canada yesterday, I believe, to embark on this work. If we're going to unify, and this is, I would express again that we need to be clear within our own region here in British Columbia that we have diversity of opinions and we have diversity of path forward. So when we bring these resolutions for consideration and we speak about division or we speak about dividing, we really have to be clear of our own situations. The situation for my community is that we're embarking on work. We've been working on this file under past leadership that goes back to 1991 when this program was first created. The chief of that time was Scotty Holmes. So we've had a lot of work. We've done a lot of work to prepare ourselves to be ready for resumption and standing up of our grandmothers, and that's exactly what we've done. I would request, and I support every community's right to do that work. That's the work of governance. So I would suggest some friendly amendments to ensure that we're talking about community-specific process here, that that the work should be advocating for not a BC specific process, but a nation or community specific processes that fulfill the needs and the wishes of the community, because it's at the community level that this work occurs. I think we're going to have a hard time if we continue to try to push agendas or push processes that do not recognize the jurisdiction and authority of the communities to be the ones to lead this work. Limlimt.
Limland, Elmechum. Thank you for the comments and concerns. After listening to the comments, concerns, we had another look at the wording in the resolution and made a slight change in the therefore be it resolved in number 1, and fully supports ensuring a BC First Nation specific process for long-term reform of First Nations Child and Family Services and Jordan's principle that recognizes. So we changed the wording there, and again in number 2, bullet 1, again identifying it as a BC First Nation specific agreement. Okay. I'll go to Cookby Fred Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just looking back at the resolution on my end here, Canada has stated it does not have a mandate to engage on further negotiations of long-term reform of child and family services at the national level, which tells me that this is now provincial. And my question to the Leadership Council, if they're on the call here, is what are our next steps moving forward if we're going to pursue this as a province? I know Chiefs of Ontario have already put together their packages and are starting to move on some of that work. Are we as BCAFN, are we going to start to utilize some of that information and move forward on behalf of the province, or is it left to the independent nations or communities to do their work themselves? Because if it is up to the communities to do the work themselves, there's going to need to be some kind of a funding agreement as we start to move this forward.
Any comments, Deb?
Sorry. Could you please repeat that? I missed it. Sorry.
I think the question was around the next steps for the province moving forward, around the next steps around child reform. Or would we be looking at the packages that Chiefs of Ontario are putting forward? And will the province be following suit with that work? Or are we as independent bands or independent nations going to pursue this on our
own? So my understanding that this point, the federal government is only negotiating with Ontario, and we're trying to, as you know, by resolution, to follow through on the mandate that came from the Chiefs in Assembly to move forward with the National Children's Chiefs Commission, and that will be certainly. I think in this resolution, we have another resolution that's coming later, that this mandate is for a BC specific process, and we need to start working forward. I know the National Chiefs Commission is working on the negotiation package. I do need to say that we did support some of the information going forward at the AFN, but there still needs to be some more clear information in terms of the ensuring that the funding is going to be supported going forward for all of our regions. If this pathway forward is certainly something that we're willing to work together with nations in Assembly and in British Columbia. But I think I'm just going to just maybe see if Terry has any things to say in terms of the BC mandate. I know we will be working together closely with the AFN and the chiefs in Assembly.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for those questions. I think, with the Ontario case, as they were interveners on this case, on the child welfare program, Ku and Nan, they were intimately involved in the negotiations. So they were in the room when negotiations happened to represent their points of view. I think, with the Ontario agreement being finalized yesterday, the risk is that the federal government will utilize the Ontario agreement as a template for all regions, regardless if you have differences. Like one of the regions at the table, like the Northwest Territories are at the table, and they don't even have an agreement on the First Nations child welfare program. So, the whole goal here was to end discrimination as stated in the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. Do we have enough resources and funding? At the recent case or the recent review of the CHRT, the board stated that 10 years isn't long enough for reform, for long-term reform. And further to that, BC, we have specific issues that we can take up with the federal government. We didn't receive prevention funding till 2018, and prior to that, we went for years without the resources that Canada was given to other regions. The other differences too is that we have 70 plus independent First Nations that have their own views on child welfare. We have 20 plus delegated agencies that many of our First Nations are a part of, but we also have non-delegated First Nations. So the uniqueness of British Columbia, we have historical treaties, modern treaties, different arrangements in child welfare is unique to our area. So I think, what this resolution will do will allow us to have that freedom to negotiate on specific issues here in British Columbia. But overall, we still, whether Ontario agrees or not, what they agreed upon was Ontario-specific issues yesterday. There's still the overall national program that needs to be fixed, and that's why we're calling upon Minister Haidu and the federal government to come back to a negotiation national table. And we'll continue to do that. And then when we've asked tirelessly with a number of our regional chiefs and the executive to the national chief to do that, and she has done that. She has sent many letters to the federal government. I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Lieutenant Regional Chief, I just want to remind our chiefs and proxies that we are against time, minutes and seconds right now. We are scheduled to go into our next section on justice. But I see that we have some chiefs that want to speak, and if you can speak and address the assembly briefly, we'll go. I'm looking at Chief Don Tom, Proxy Judy, and Cookby Fred.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Just wanted to speak to the resolution quickly and just to answer some of the questions. Everything that, whether it be the AFN resolutions that we've put forward in Ottawa or discussions that we've had in Calgary, nothing has gone the way it was supposed to. And looking at a BC specific pathway, just provides us an alternative in the event that things either don't work out between the NCCC and the national chief, or there's no buy-in, or there's just many unknowns. Absolutely, I hope that for success for the NCCC, and I want to thank Cheryl for her work in the early days. I know that some of those meetings were getting where the rubber meets the road, and some of those meetings were difficult. So I appreciate Cheryl's time there representing us, and thank you, Deb, as well. But the resolution gives us a BC specific pathway in the event that discussions nationally don't go the way they're supposed to. And it provides us the ability for the BCIC and the BCFN to approach Canada. And so I think we would send a letter and see if that is something Canada is willing to do or able to do. And then we'd go from there. But I think that for us in BC, we need to make sure that if our interests are finding a difficult time to be represented in the current structures that the AFN has, I think we best not put all our eggs in one basket and have an alternative route. And that's what this resolution is. So it does draw for a specific and allows for a BC specific approach, which is distinct from moving forward from the NCCC. But this also resolution supports some addendums to the NCCC. So it doesn't take away from anything. But just want to say that this resolution provides us for the next step to be ready in any event that we need to have these discussions. Thank you, Chair.
White Lieutenant Chief. We'll go to our last speaker, and I'll ask you to identify yourself, who you're representing, and please keep it short. We have to move on to the next agenda item. Judy?
Waikukoita Persquest, Judy Wilson, Red Hummingbird. I'm a proxy holder for Suyus Immune Ban today. And I just wanted to speak to the resolution and what Regional Chief TG is saying is that, with the long-term reform being a national program, we do need to have a national agreement and the national work done to it to truly end discrimination and racism towards our children. So resolution that we passed at the AFN, resolution 88, ensures that any new proposal for long-term reform provide a national umbrella agreement with regional agreements that take full account of distinct circumstances. So the wording was put in there. I was there on the assembly floor when these resolutions, as many of the chiefs were, we made sure that was in there. And so this resolution is speaking to what the BC work in that distinction will be. So we've been working on children and family for many, many decades. I worked alongside with Chief Cheryl and the First Nations Leadership Council and the respective organizations and our communities when we had the All Chiefs forums. We do need to do this work. It's important to do that work, but it's also important to also continue to support the national work. And at the recent AFN executive meeting, there was a motion that was passed to implement the resolutions that the Chiefs in Assembly AFN did, but also to work with the NCCC on this work. And also, what does that long-term reform look like? And I understand the Caring Society is filing new motions to the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal to be able to get Canada to get the new mandate, because an Ontario agreement doesn't fulfill ending discrimination across Canada. And also that has to be at the national level. So we do have a lot of the regional chiefs supporting that. They are going to select who is going to be the lead in the AFN executive for that work. And it looks like in BC, we'll have to also look at how we're going to select another commissioner for BC for that work as well. But again, Regional Chief TG would, let us know that. I think Cook P. Helen Henderson asked that question, and I don't think it got answered. But anyway, we'll see what that unfolds. So these parallel processes are very important, and I think the work at the national. There's meetings. There was a commitment for a meeting by national chiefs, so we just need to get the work moving forward. And a lot of that is time-sensitive work, and that's why we need these resolutions. But the chiefs, I just want to assure them this is continued work that we are doing. Thank you, Chair.
Lieutenant Judy, we are getting behind schedule, and I've closed the questions, comments section of our discussion on this resolution. I'm going to move forward with a vote on this resolution, and I'm looking for a question.
Question.
Question's been called. All against? None against, all abstaining.
All right, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just a point of order question. I'd proposed some friendly amendments. Were those accepted into the resolution by the mover and seconder?
Oh, the amendments and therefore be resolved. Number 1, number 2, 8, and bullet 1. Don?
I'm good with the amendments. Thank you.
Simply
on. I'm good with the amendments.
The amendments have been accepted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any abstain? Resolution is carried. Thank you. There's so much that we need to do with our families and children at home. A lot of work to reunite our children and our families back to who they are and where they're from. And I know that this resolution will go a long way in giving us some guidance and direction on what we need to do, and to remind the chiefs and proxies that we have a late resolution related to children and families coming up at the end of the day if we have time. But I thank you for all of your discussions and your patience while we move through this section on children and families. I'm going to call upon Deputy Commissioner Dwayne McDonald from the RCMP, Clifford White, and Regional Chief Terry Teege to guide us through the work being done on justice. Dwayne, we'll go with you first. Dwayne McDonald, RCMP.
Hi, good afternoon. I hope everyone can see me. I apologize, I'm joining from a hotel room, but I thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm currently in Victoria on the traditional territories of the Songhees, Esquimalt, and the Algonquin First Nations, and I'm here with the Management Advisory Board and the BC Association of Chiefs of Police. And so I regret that I couldn't be there in person. For those of you who don't know me or haven't had the opportunity to meet yet, as I said, my name is Dwayne McDonald. I hold the rank of Deputy Commissioner, and I'm the commanding officer for the RCMP here in British Columbia. I've lived in British Columbia since I was 6 years old, since 1974. I've had the luxury and privilege of serving my entire RCMP service here in the community and in the province. I have 3 children and a wonderful wife that have been gracious enough to put up with the challenges of my vocation. And I've been the commanding officer of the RCMP in BC since July 1st, 2021, which, as many of you may remember, was the day that the wildfires destroyed the town of Lytton. When I first took on this role, I brought not only my experiences personally, but also those of the RCMP as an institution. And I have to acknowledge that while I can't undo the harms of the past, particularly those involved with the RCMP, I can acknowledge those truths and commit to reconciliation. And so I carry the lessons that I've learned and organizations that we are learning, and to pass those on to generations to come. I know that many of the people that I'm speaking to today are probably and have been survivors of generational trauma, some of which have involved the police. And I know that this healing is a journey for all of us, and that no reconciliation can take place without truth. As a provincial police service here in BC, we proudly serve several Indigenous communities, not only in our frontline policing, but also in our Indigenous policing program, as many of you know, through our community tripartite agreements. I would say that our service falls within 4 general themes. So consultation and accountability being one, recognizing that our Indigenous communities need great involvement in the decisions and about how their communities are policed, and also feedback about progress and outcomes. Another theme would be our responsive core policing, so responding to the needs of the community without delay, or to address inconsistency in service delivery. We need culturally sensitive policing, as mentioned before, and we need relationship building at the core of everything that we do, that provides meaningful relationships, consultation, and sensitive policing. So I'm proud and humbled by many of the initiatives that our police officers have undertaken throughout the province. I'll just acknowledge perhaps a couple of them. Soon after I became the CO, at our E-Division headquarter building in Surrey, we now have raised and display the flags of our First Nations, whose traditional territories our headquarter building is on, so the Katsi, the Kwantlen, and the Semiahmoo First Nation, which is a symbol of our commitment to strengthen those relationships. We've worked with a local community in Haida Gwaii, renaming our detachment to Dajing Gids, and unveiled an incredible 8-foot totem that was made for the detachment to highlight our relationship there. In July of 2023, I joined the Simp First Nation, Chief George Lapro, and we signed a memorandum of understanding between the Barrie RCMP and the Simp First Nation to facilitate connecting local services offered by the nation with the RCMP to address band members who may be experiencing crisis. And that's going very well. We have a 3-year pilot project underway currently in SCA Dene Kodacha, where additional resources brought in so that we have officers living in and working in the community. And we've just finally got approval for our Eagle Feather protocol throughout the division, which enables witnesses or victims the option of making an oath on a blessed eagle feather if they're required to provide a sworn statement. I also want to highlight the fact that our Commissioner, Mike Dehem, has made Indigenous recruiting a priority for the RCMP, recognizing that the RCMP needs to be constituted and made up of people that are reflective of the communities that we serve. So we have a very aggressive Indigenous recruiting program here in the province, partnering with different communities, agencies like the All Native Basketball Tournament, Rugby Canada, to promote recruiting. And we also have an excellent pre-cadet training program for Indigenous applicants. Give them the opportunity to go to depot for 3 weeks in advance to get familiarized with the environment and to see if policing is a career that they would like to pursue. As far as the provincial RCMP, we are currently developing a new strategic plan, and we've received some significant input from many Indigenous communities. I had the opportunity not long ago to visit with the Okanagan Indian Band in Vernon, 50 community members. to highlight some of their concerns and incorporate some of their suggestions. I also have the advice and guidance of my Indigenous Cultural Advisory Committee that on a regular basis, we discuss issues about policing within our Indigenous communities, cultural courses for our members, reconciliation initiatives, the impacts of decriminalization currently in Indigenous communities in the province of BC. We provide updates on our body-worn camera rollout. And one of the challenging issues that I think collectively we're attempting to address at the moment is the enforcement of banned bylaws. And I'll just speak to that real quickly. I know I likely believe you're aware, there is currently a claim on behalf of the Heitsuk First Nation against Justice Canada or Department of Justice regarding the enforcement of banned bylaws. And this has long been challenging for police and in the RCMP in particular in this province, trying to work within the framework and the statutory, I would say, limitations that are put on the RCMP by other statutes, and assisting band council in enforcement of those bylaws. I am hopeful. I would actually say with this court challenge, I would hope that we get some clarity on this to provide a framework that would enable us to assist you more in some of the issues you need to address in your communities. And because it's not from a lack of desire from the RCMP's position to do so. We are your police service in your communities, and it's our desire to be able to help you in the areas that you need assistance. We don't police in the bubble, and we can't make decisions that impact you without your involvement, and that's our commitment to you. I'm here today primarily just to highlight the fact that I want to remain open and transparent with you. I want to be open to communicate with you and to address your concerns. And as I said earlier, I'm here to answer any questions. I welcome the opportunity, and I thank you for the privilege of being here with you this morning.
Levelin, Dwayne. Looking for comments from Clifford, if you have any comments.
Yeah, we have a slide deck. I'm not sure how we're going to get that up. Can we have a share screen maybe, or there we go. Yeah. So from the First Nations Justice Centers, we've basically been kind of hitting the ground running. But before that, I just wanted to acknowledge our late Chief Bill Wilson on his passing, and note that all of the work of our past peoples or grandfathers, grandmothers who have done a lot of this work prior to us coming to these tables. Also want to acknowledge the hereditary chiefs on this call, as well as the grand chiefs and the matriarchs, elders and knowledge keepers, all of whom we work with on a regular basis, as well as the elected chief and councils. I want to also acknowledge our Indigenous Justice. If we can go to the next slide, our BC First Nations Justice Council, which I'm honored by BCAFN to be on the board with the BC First Nations Justice Council, having been put there by the AFN. Thank you very much for that. And we've pretty much been running from day one on the implementation of the Justice Centers. We now have 170 plus employees that we're working with to implement the BC First Nations Justice strategies, and most of the measures to divert our First Nations from the justice system we continue to grow and expand, and we call upon all of the local First Nations communities for which we have our justice centers to come and visit the centers, be a part of those centers, because these centers are your centers, they're our centers together, and we have to make sure that whatever issues are being dealt with are actually we're responding to through these centers. Next slide, please. So strategy one, diversion. Strategy calls for the development of a diversion plan, and diversion plan is literally a collective process with you and I in mind, to be able to work together on finding ways and means of diverting our people from the justice system, and working with the police locally as well, in terms of how we can actually divert them from the courts, divert them from the justice system totally, and find other measures by which we can actually be working with them and being accountable for their actions, but doing it in a First Nations traditional way of healing. In 2025-26, BC First Nations Justice Council plans to strike a working group for First Nations representative, subject matter experts, and key government partners to ensure diversion work plan is a collaborative effort. So it takes everyone in this process to be able to be moving our judicial issues forward. Next slide, please. We have a program that's actually happening, a pilot program that's happening in Prince George in the Kwekle-Tenay territory. A pilot program to divert our Indigenous people from the judicial system. And BCAFN is recruiting for a new associate director to lead the pilot, and work is underway with the Prince George RCMP to define how the police will refer and engage with the pilot. So this is an important project, especially for the area of Kwekle-Tenay, and we call upon you to actually work with our center, your center, to see how we could actually implement this process on diverting our people from the judicial system, and in particular working with the policing system. Next slide, please. We have a number of centers that are now open, and they're all listed there from Burns Lake on down to Williams Lake, and 15 centers in total. Not all are fully staffed yet. We're still staffing up and trying to make sure that our people are actually receiving the legal process, and that they're aware of how to maneuver through the process. But a lot of this also calls for each of us, with our cultural understanding, our laws and ceremonies, which are at the heart of these, at the heart of our local communities, and very central to each of the communities. So these centers are our centers, your centers. Collectively, we need to work together to make sure that our people are diverted from the judicial system, and we find ways and means of not only holding them accountable, but using our cultural ways to be able to find healing and wellness, not only for the individual, but also for the the community at large. We have fulfilled strategy 4 of the BC First Nations Justice Strategy, and have established a network of Indigenous justice centers across the province. We know that though the 15 will never be enough to serve all First Nations in BC, it is, however, a massive accomplishment, giving us the opportunity to show funders that we can do this work. We can do it better than BC and Canada, and that we can save money by doing this through investment in wellness and focus on diversion and restorative justice. The bottom line is that it costs less money to invest in these things than it does in incarcerating our people. So we want to make sure that these justice systems are very responsive to your immediate needs, to the local community. So please, within each of these regions, we ask that you do come to these offices, be a part of the development within these offices. And, I know that the board is very committed to working with each and every one of us here on this call and others who are not on this call to, make sure that these centers are First Nations based, that they're run by First Nations. Next slide, please. So we have an initiative that's going on with regards to a strategy on dealing with First Nations children and youth, which is very important in not only working with those who are in youth detention centers right now, but are also to find ways of proactively dealing and preventing youth from entering into the justice system, seeking ways to be able to do that. With that and other initiatives that you may have in doing this kind of work, working with youth, children, women, two-spirited of our people. There is a fund that is through the BC First Nations Justice Centers. It's not much, but it gives us the start of $42,000 to find justice systems for early prevention, early interventions, prevention programs that you may have, and post I guess incarceration or detention supports that we may find within our communities to help our youth and our children not only find their own way, but a lot of times when I'm working with youth in the system, they're basically saying, I don't know who I am. I don't know where I belong. I don't know where I can get on, get off. All of these things call for our cultural intervention and working with our youth in terms of knowing who they are and bringing them back to our communities. And I know that's a huge, big undertaking. However, through the justice centers, we can work together to find ways and means of being able to bring our youth back and bring them onto a healing journey and spiritual connectedness to their wellness. We also, on the next slide, please, we also are working with the women, girls, two-spirited plus people, and they're very much unique needs. There's a lot of major trauma pieces that have gone on with our women, the highway of tears and, just violence and sexual abuse and all kinds of things that have gone on with our women. And yet we are a majority of communities within BC are matriarchal in nature. And so we acknowledge the matriarchs and the knowledge keepers, healers, teachers, artists, storytellers who will work with us to be able to work with our women and two-spirited people within our local regions. Now, the focus again is on the local regions, and I can't overemphasize the fact that we do need all of our people working with our justice systems, our centers, your centers, where we can find and develop these programs that are locally based, that come from our people. These are definitely Indigenous run. They're First Nations implored, and this is the mandate that we get from you. The mandate comes from you, the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, along with the First Nations Summit. And we take that to heart in terms of where that mandate comes from, and we do want to work with everyone within those local areas, and we have a justice center. Next slide, please. On the education piece, we're working with the RCMP as well as the Surrey Police Services. We completed a training in December of 31st of 2024, and this is going to become live on the Canadian Police Knowledge Network for police nationwide. And you and I know, including with Dwayne, RCMP here, that the justice system is not working within our communities, and a lot of that, the harms that are created within our local communities, it's very hard for us to get the attention of the police to enforce any kind of policing services within our communities. But we make a commitment to work together to actually find ways and means being able to, find ways of being able to address the situation that our people are in, as well as to find ways of healing and wellness within our communities. That's a major piece. And so the education piece it's not only for the RCMP, but also the overall judicial system, lawyers, judges, and just making sure that, we're well informed through the court processes as to how what's happening with Indigenous people and how we can move forward together. And again, we call upon you within our local areas to work with us and the courts and the police to be able to find these measures to help our people. Next slide, please. We have a number of knowledge keepers, which is part of our mandate under Strategy 21, which aims to strengthen traditional knowledge and increase the role of elders and knowledge keepers across the justice system. Our elders and knowledge keepers was created, and we do have a number of them right now. From the right, we have David Rattery with Taltown Nation, and next to him is Geraldine Manson from over on the island, and Dolores Basil from Wet'suwet'en, Calvin Swastis from Cowichan tribes, and Gloria Morgan from Splatcheen, Suswetnik area, and we are currently looking to fulfill 2 more positions, with 1 representative from the Fraser region and 1 representative from the Vancouver coastal region. So if you know of anyone, please refer them to the Justice Center closest to you, and the recruitment in those 2 areas is ongoing. The basis of a lot of this work that's been seen to be very positive and moving forward in a very good way, and healing process, connecting to spirit and the land, and all this really connects with our elders. Without the elders, it's very difficult for us to be able to move forward. A lot of our people who are in the justice system say, I don't know who I am. So the elders play a critical role, our knowledge keepers play a critical role in terms of bringing our people back, having those ceremonies of welcoming them home. Next slide, please. And on the policing, and we do have a strategy 22 call for the establishment of a new model for the structured relations between the First Nations, the RCMP, and other police forces that support new strategies and policy levels, as well as community levels and the cooperative chains, while supporting greater community level police forces. So it does call for a lot of flexibility on how the policing is currently being done. And we do ask the police force to work with our local justice centers, which will be informed by our local First Nations and Indigenous communities to be able to work with our people who are coming in conflict with the law. So, Dwayne, we call upon you to you and your team to continuously work with us. Next slide, please. Community-based funding, I mentioned that. We do have some community funds that are accessible. Right now, it's $42,000. And if, we have a group of First Nations that band together, it's the number of First Nations times 42 that are within that group. So please take a look at that on our site and how you can access that. It's very simple. It's very easy to access. It doesn't call for any bureaucratic long-term process or lengthy proposal to put forward, but with the objective of diverting our people from the judicial system and how we're looking to not only do that, but also maybe implement some of our own cultural ways into the process. So whether it's camps or diversion processes or wellness pieces, please take a look at that. And we can do that through the next slide, which is our contact information at the local areas of our justice systems. And I believe the slide deck is made available to BCAFN. And so I leave it open for any comments or questions. Thank you.
Leemland Clifford for the very detailed update. I'll now transition over to Regional Chief Terry Teegee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Cliff, and thank you, Deputy Commissioner, for attending our meetings, taking this time to meet with us. I know we're short on time, so I'll really shorten up my presentation. Certainly, our people that are interacting with the RCMP has increased, not only the issues of profiling, but also deaths in custody. Certainly last year was a high year in terms of deaths in custody, approximately 41, 18 of which were Indigenous. And that's not just the RCMP, but that's other police forces. So as a result of that, the AFN will be calling for a national inquiry into the deaths of many of our people that have died, not only last year, but years previous. I'd like to note here in British Columbia, Chantel Moore, who died in custody in New Brunswick. Also, my relative, Everett Patrick with the RCMP in Prince George, Dale Culver in Prince George, and also Jared Lowndes in Campbell River, to name a few. So there will be a resolution coming up after this in regards to BCFN calling for an inquiry. And certainly we have been in contact as we met yesterday with the IAO and asking many questions. AFN Policing Task Force, this is a task group that I hold along with Jocelyn Picard. I want to thank him for his many years of service. Approximately 38 years he was regional chief, but we held this portfolio together, not only policing but justice. What you need to know here is accessing resources for policing in First Nations communities, transitioning from program funding to essential services funding. Sadly, the process has been prorogued, and essentially we're waiting to see who will be in government. So we continue on that work. Certainly, as Commissioner Dwayne McDonald has noted, the Heiltsuk First Nation taking the RCMP to task in regards to implementing First Nations bylaws in First Nations communities. Canada continues to fail to meet the minimum policing needs of First Nations from across this country, and having filed complaints with the Human Rights Tribunal, and self-determination on policing continues to be violated. Also in that task group, I just want to acknowledge Chief Jerry Jack and Chief Dean Nelson as representatives from British Columbia. Indigenous Justice Strategy, we continue to work with the Department of Justice and federally, most of the work that we've been doing from British Columbia, and thank you to the BC First Nations Justice Council, we have been very integral in terms of developing Indigenous Justice Strategy. There will be a meeting on April 2nd and 3rd here in Vancouver to talk about the Indigenous Justice Strategy. Once again, some of that work has been prorogued because of the federal government stopping everything. Certainly, we'll ensure that First Nations Justice Strategy will not adversely impact existing community-based justice and court systems, and will work in collaboration to support regional First Nations justice strategies. Provincial justice work, Police Act reform. There has been a delay with releasing the What We Heard report and no indication from the PSSG, from the task group, of the work that will be including First Nations voices in future legislation. Furthermore, it's not clear when the PSSG will initiate new work with BC First Nations on the requests for decision, which will focus on co-developing, introducing, and enacting new legislation to address the critical needs and priorities of BC First Nations. Another identified area of concern is the clear abstention of the PPSM initiative within the newly appointed Minister of Public Safety and Solicitor General, Honorable Gary Begg's mandate letter. This is concerning as this initiative remains a priority for FNLC, BCFN, as policing in BC continues to inadequately serve and protect First Nations communities here in British Columbia. We do have 4 resolutions in your package in regards to policing and justice. I'll just conclude by stating that once again, we are trying to uphold our First Nations in terms of policing, but also to keep policing forces accountable in regards to interactions and to the many deaths in custody, injury in custody, and also profiling is certainly an issue. Certainly, as stated by Clifford White, one of the important aspects of our people getting involved in the judicial system is prevention, and certainly that's a big part of it, and also prevention to interactions with police forces, and also have an adequate service back in our communities for our police forces, and accessing the proper resources for that. Certainly we'll continue on that work, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Limland Regional Chief. And again, I will remind our chiefs and delegates that we are under very strict timelines here, and we are starting to fall behind. And I see that we have 2 leaders wanting to address the Assembly. I will acknowledge Cookby Fred.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the report. Very detailed. First of all, I just want to send a thank you to Dwayne for allowing Dee Stewart to come to my community to put my mom at rest. She was quite the advocate. She was a special constable in the 80s, one of the first First Nations Indigenous women to join the RCMP. And it was an honor to see the red surge there at her memorial. So thank you, Dwayne, for allowing that to happen. My question is a 2-parter here. I'll try and get through it really quick, understanding the needs for time here. The cross-cultural traditional values and funding for those within the First Nations and Indigenous policing, as well as general duty, you need more funding there. so that we can start to address some of the shortfalls. We've had some cross-cultural work with General Duty in Williams Lake. Unfortunately, the times and it just didn't work out. We only had 2 watches come through, and we still need 2 more to go through, and I believe Brent is working on that. The funding shortfalls for our justice workers in community, those, you know, I have one justice worker in my community, and she's really stressed because it's one community and one member having to deal with the offender and it's really stressful. So there needs to be more funding for that so that she can provide better opportunities for those that are either going to First Nations court, Indigenous court, or through the provincial court systems themselves. So there needs to be an increase in funding to support the remote First Nations communities so that they can provide better services when it comes to being proactive. So I appreciate that discussion coming up in the near future because 42,000 just doesn't cut it. How can you put together any preventative measures with $42,000 and one justice worker that we hope to get on salary? Right now it's a year-to-year contract, and she's looking at trying to provide services for the community of over 1,000 people with $7,000. That's nowhere near enough. But congratulations on the growth of the BCAFN Justice Council. It's great to see. But it needs, those funds also need to filter down to those remote communities that require that support. Moving on, the health and well-being of our justice workers in the remote communities is a key. A lot of them are suffering from basic burnout. You know, you're dealing with the offender, and you're also dealing with the injustice of it all. And then if we're going to Indigenous court, she's the one that's bringing the offender to the court and then bringing them home. So it's kind of difficult when you're having to deal with both sides of the law. So I think there needs to be a lot more mental health and well-being for those justice workers. There needs to be something that they can fall back on as a rather than just burning out and saying, you know what, I can't do this job anymore because these are my cousins and I'm stuck in the middle. You know, it's really difficult when you're thrust into a position like that, and there needs to be a bit more work done around that, because whether we work with the province or work with the municipal governments, there still needs to be that chain of communication going back and forth between the suspect or the offender versus person that was offended, and then having a small community and having to deal with the fallout of that. You know, one band member living almost directly across from one another, and what do we as chief and council have to do? We have to rely heavily on a justice system that is, you know, it's maybe doing its job, but when it comes to a small community and a remote community, the offender has nowhere else to go. So there needs to be some kind of process set up so that we can bring this all together. The restorative justice processes that are in place, they may work up to a point, but if there's no follow-up, no work after that, unfortunately, the offender is going to fall right back into it. So we have to be looking at being proactive. Right now, we've started a program here in community that brings together our community wellness, our health team, and our education team to sit down together and look at high risk potential high risk, and to deal with that even before it happens. But there's no funding for that. We're doing this out of our own pocket, and we need to start looking at how we can become more proactive with a lot of the work that's out there. Some other nations may be doing the same thing, but they're doing it again on their own dime. So we need to start looking at what's working, what's not working, and start sharing those resources out to other communities so that we can be more proactive. and I'm talking about the remote communities here, because the remote communities always seem to be at the bottom of the pecking pole. So thank you for your time, Cookshank.
Livland Cookby. I'll acknowledge Chief James, but really be specific on the comments question, because we have 4 resolutions that we have to deal with before we go on to the mineral opinion.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And I know I understand the interest of time. So Deputy Commissioner Dwayne, I want you to have I want to hear some level of commitment from you that you will meet with us and review the community safety agreement that your predecessor had okayed, and we had ceremony. 14 communities in an Anklakamuk and the Stalo territory built what was a watershed agreement at the time with the RCMP. And you're talking about pilot projects. We had one with you and had a bow around it. That's how we had ceremony. It went right up to the top. Your lawyers agreed to it. And you're talking about pilot projects. Can you imagine how much it hurts to hear that we had been down that road and we got our funding cut at the very end? It was like the ceremonies happened. So Commissioner, I really want to have a commitment from you that you will meet with us and discuss how the CSA, the Community Safety Agreement, can get funding, and that we can actually keep building on what we built. The four chiefs built it. I was one of them. 10 other communities signed on to it. That's how important it was, from 2 different nations, the Anklakamuk and Estalo. And I'll just tell you that how important it was that Chief Tyrone McNeil and I were part of the review for the commanding officer in Chilliwack. We helped interview him, and during the CSA, our agreement, we were able to meet with the RCMP. We were able to meet with the new commanding officer. I recently found out that 3 months ago, Davy Lee is not our commanding officer, and I found out about it yesterday. And so that's what happens with the ball drop when maybe you're thinking things are going smoothly in the different regions. I'm telling you right now, in the Chilliwack region and in the Anklakamuk Bus and Bar region, there's troubling times here for us, because we're hearing you talking about going forward with looking at pilot projects. We are one, and nobody's talking to us anymore. And so that's Deputy Minister. I'm expecting a commitment from you today that you will meet with the 14 chiefs, or at least the 4 that built this agreement. Chief Mark Point is on here right now, I believe. And let's get a full review of why our project was not funded to the next level. Cookshank. Thanks, Chair.
Well, Limland, and I'll ask that the Deputy Commissioner Dwayne McDonald connect with you with the comments that you just made and the recommendations that you just made. But I have to move on to the resolutions number 7, 8, 9, and 10. And I'll go to number 7, support for a national inquiry into systemic racism in policing and First Nations police deaths. And I'll go to, therefore, be resolved. Number 1, that the BC Chiefs and Assembly call upon the Government of Canada to convene a national inquiry into systemic racism in policing, whose mandate would include the investigation of police-related deaths of First Nations people, serious injury, and allegations of sexual assault and other serious incidents between the police and First Nations peoples, with the objective to make concrete and specific recommendations to end discrimination and racism in policing. Number 2, the BC AFN Chiefs and Assembly call upon the Government of Canada to ensure that the national inquiry into systemic racism in policing includes a First Nations Chief Commissioner and commissioners to ensure First Nations perspectives are guiding the work of the inquiry, and that the approach be a culturally sensitive and trauma-informed process respectful of First Nations. Number 3, the BC AFN Chiefs and Assembly calls upon the Government of Canada and Assembly of First Nations to immediately establish a national task force to end police-related deaths and other serious incidents between police and First Nations. Such a task force must include representation from First Nations in the BC region. Number 4, the BC Chiefs in Assembly direct the AFN, BC AFN to advocate for a national inquiry into systemic racism in policing and call for the implementation of police reform measures including A, data collection consistent with Indigenous data sovereignty principles that will inform policies to address systemic racism. B, demilitarization of police forces and a cap on tactical deployment and use of lethal force. C, establishment of a national crisis intervention team across Canada to provide a specialized and trained response to people in crisis 24 hours per day. And D, that the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, provincial police, and municipal police to immediately implement the remaining 5 of the 8 can't wait policies. 1, mandatory training for officers on de-escalation and harm reduction techniques. 2, a ban on the use of chokeholds and extreme restraint techniques, including knee on neck restraint. 3, a ban on shooting at vehicles. 4, requirements for police officers to give verbal warnings. And 5, requirements for use of force continuum, requiring that the use of force match the circumstance. E, immediately after a serious incident has occurred involving a First Nations person, that incident investigation includes a First Nations person who has been trained to assist in the investigation. F, requirements for federal, provincial, territorial, and municipal police forces to institute operational policy that requires an independent First Nations police investigator to assist with cases involving the deaths of First Nations people by police. Number 5, the BC Chiefs in Assembly direct the BCFN to advocate that the national inquiry into systemic racism in policing be provided a clear mandate to provide tangible recommendations that will be immediately implemented by the federal, provincial, and territorial governments in collaboration with First Nations. This resolution was moved by Chief Jerry Jack, and I'm looking for a seconder.
Simply on proxy for Squamish, willing to second.
Thank you. We have a seconder and looking for questions, comments on the resolution. If not, I'm looking for question. Question has been called.
I have a comment. My hand is up. My hand is up.
Okay. Okay. My apologies, Chief.
It's okay.
James.
I'm just saying, it's just in the one area there. I think it was number 3, where it uses the term force. And I'm just wondering, quite often when they use the word force, it's by their interpretation of whether it's. I'm just wondering if we can put some other wording around that. You see where I'm talking about? I think it's E, D or E on number 3, I think, or. It's talking about the force, right after shooting at cars, and it said to be able to use whatever equal force or determine the. And I'm just wondering about the force part, because I know that I've seen where they'll say, well, you weren't there, and the force was it says right in the document that we were able to use force as we determined it, and maybe at that moment, I'm just wondering if we could use it. If we could make it more clear what kind of force or how that is determined, whether it's equal, whether the force matches the issue.
So this language is taken directly from the 8 can't wait policies?
Yeah, the recommendations that we're looking at right now come from the
8 can't wait.
8 can't wait.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah. So okay, well, it's just I just think that we're going to end up with having to try and interpret that later on. But okay, Cook's jump.
Why? Question has been called. All in favor? Abstain?
Not seeing any.
Against? Resolution carried. We're going to go to draft resolution number 8, conditional support for the use of body-worn cameras, BWC, by police officers in British Columbia. Therefore, it be resolved that 1, the BC Chiefs and Assembly support the use of body-worn cameras, BWC, by police officers in British Columbia, conditional on the co-development of necessary policies, regulations, and practices to ensure that the rollout of BWC respects First Nations rights and title OCAP principles related to data management and Indigenous data sovereignty are controlled and monitored by an independent, accountable, and transparent public body which protects First Nations access to data on incidences involving police killings and the use of violence against First Nations peoples. 2, the BCFN Chiefs and Assembly call on the Government of Canada, the Province of British Columbia, and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police to co-develop with First Nations and the BC First Nations Justice Council the necessary policies, regulations, and practices to ensure the rollout of the BWC respects First Nations rights and title and is an effective mechanism to address systemic racism and the disproportionate use of violence by police officers against First Nations peoples. 3, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly call on RCMP to co-develop with First Nations experts a review of the effectiveness of BWC in reducing the use of violence in interactions between officers and First Nations peoples. 4, the BCFN Chiefs and Assembly call on the RCMP to ensure that the policy governing the use of BWCs is publicly available and easily accessible for consultation by members of the public, especially First Nations people who may wish to obtain footage following the interaction with officers. 5, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly call upon the governments of Canada and BC to fund the participation of First Nations in the co-development of BWC regulations. And I'm looking for a mover and a seconder.
Chief James, I'll move.
Thank you, Chief James. Seconder, Chief Jerry Jack. Looking for a question?
Question.
Question.
Thank you. Any opposed? Any abstain? Resolution passed. Thank you. We'll go to resolution number 9. Addressing racial profiling by security services and loss prevention officers. Therefore, be it resolved that 1, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly call for security personnel to be required to attend anti-racism, Indigenous cultural competency, and de-escalation training to prevent profiling, discrimination, and excessive use of force against First Nations customers. 2, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly urge the provincial government to recognize and profound impact that systemic discrimination and excessive use of force by security personnel have on First Nations peoples as violations of their human rights to dignity, safety, and security, and equally as well as contributions to the over-policing and over this criminalization of First Nations people and the overrepresentations of First Nations peoples in the criminal justice system. And number 3, the BC Chiefs in Assembly call upon the provincial government to reform the Security Services Act in alignment with the UN Declaration, in consultation and cooperation with First Nations and other Indigenous peoples in BC, with specific priority on recruitment and training standards and oversight and accountability for systemic discrimination and excessive use of force. This resolution number 9 was moved by Chief Jerry Jack, and I'm looking
Second.
for a seconder.
Second, Chief Linda Price, Algaucho First Nation.
Thank you, Chief. I'm looking for question. Question has been called. Oh, we have amendments.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, just hold it. Yep, my apologies, I take that back. We have some amendments.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chiefs. So I'll shorten it. I was going to share my story, which is where I started amending this yesterday with Chief Jerry Jack and Matthew Norris. But based on my experience, I learned that there was a lack of training within store security, but also within the corporation organization itself, as there was things said from managers and customer service staff that spoke to these underlying issues that shouldn't have been said altogether. So, speaking to the amendments to the resolution for racial profiling and security, cultural safety is achieved, as mentioned here, when people of diverse cultural and ethnic backgrounds feel respected and safe from discrimination by developing cultural awareness, cultural sensitivity, and cultural competency through humility. Initially, cultural safety is well known within the health industry and FNHA, as FNHA does like a lot of work around cultural safety. But in truth, I believe that this is something that should be for all people of color, for 2S LGBTQIA+, because cultural safety is foundational, but also, so I'm just trying to summarize my notes here. A key difference between the two is that cultural competency does not require us to become experts in cultures different than our own, but cultural safety does, and improves as we proceed along a path of self-reflection and learning by further finding methods to hold them accountable to, which helps address overt and covert racism, by also utilizing cultural safety through Indigenous and clients' experience of care focus. Hence, cultural safety holds them accountable to ongoing development, self-reflection, learning, and growing, but ultimately, both are important in addressing anti-racism and discrimination, and so the two need to be combined and work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. Looking to the mover, Chief Jerry Jack. He approves the amendments. Chief Linda Price.
I approve as well, Cornelia.
Thank you, Limlet. Again, I'll go back to the vote. Question has been called, or do you have a comment?
I have a comment.
Okay, a comment, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, simply on proxy for Squamish, the big challenge is the majority of security force companies throughout not only the Greater Vancouver area, but throughout the province, are majority of ethnic group of people, South Asian to be specific. And for us, when we're going into Canada Place or BC Place with our regalia, they'll be very disrespectful to our regalia and they'll remove our regalia out of our suitcases. And it goes beyond that. There was a 91-year-old Indigenous elder in a grocery store that was tackled by security. And, you know, this is extreme racial profiling, and we don't treat our elders with disrespect. So why is it okay for these people to treat our elders and anyone with disrespect? It just goes, you know, we do need to, provide as much education as possible, because again, the security companies are quite large throughout the Greater Vancouver area. So I think this is an opportunity for us to educate the people, because, you know, we want to ensure that our people are safe, whether it be elders, children, our 2S LGBTQAI+ family members. We want to ensure that there's safety throughout our communities, within the city as well as our rural areas. Thank you.
Why,
Speak in
Lemon
favor of the
Sapalelum.
resolution.
One more comment, Crystal.
I just wanted to quickly add to this outside of what I had put included in here, and I promise I'll be quick. But in summary, at the very end of my speech was, in some of the key issues I've identified, and as a call to action and policy recommendations that I additionally put forward from my experience of racial profiling harassment are, there needs to be equal use and understanding about cameras in store, since at Save-On, they can use cameras to record you, but will get mad at you for recording them, which is needed for evidence. I recorded the incident at Walmart, but again, Save-On was telling me I can't record them. But they also won't tell you if their cameras have sound. There also needs to be anti-bystander training and racial profile training to know what to do in these incidences of harassment or racial profiling. And what has worked for me is calling them out in the moment, which takes some courage, but it becomes easier over time with practice. From my experience, once you call them out, they'll normally back off and report it, but training on the racial profile, training on what racial profiling looks like is also very helpful. As a gentle side note, okay, I'll leave that out, but more importantly, having advocates and organizations that are trained and informed of these issues and who can speak up for you in moments of racial profiling that is a third party outside that organization or security company is just as relevant in addressing covert racism again, which covert racism is subtle and hard to pinpoint and disguised. For instance, just because you can't see it on camera doesn't mean that there was an unconscious bias there, or racial intention, or microaggression, or racial thinking, as who openly admits to being racist, of course. This can pertain to all industries, but Indigenous housing organizations who can go with Indigenous peoples to look at rental units, who know the signs of discrimination in rental policies, to witness interactions upon viewing, which could be included in this resolution or stand alone. But I'm happy to bring this forward as a resolution at our next Special Chiefs of Assembly. However, this would be helpful in so many areas. And lastly, if you had the capacity and funding or something we can work towards, it would be amazing to have a portfolio that focused on this within the BCFN. And speaking to this in Ottawa and at Walmart, when I tried phoning the police to report racial profiling, they're rude and told me they couldn't help me, but ironically, they'll come if you're in the wrong. Hence, you need to know who to turn to in those moments. Thank you.
Lieutenant Crystal, in lieu of time, I have to end discussion comments there and move to the vote on the resolution. Question has been called. All those against? Seeing none. Abstain. One abstain.
Could be Fred Robbins. I abstain on the simple reason that there is nothing in there that will provide a service and racial profiling discrimination unless we change the mandate of across the board for educational purposes. There is potential program made available so that they can understand what racial profiling is. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Lieutenant Cookby, One abstention, Cookby Robbins. With this, I declare the resolution passed. We'll go to draft resolution number 10, call to end exploitative legal fee structures. Therefore be resolved, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly call for the Law Society of British Columbia to immediately undertake the development and implementation in coordination and collaboration with First Nations distinction-based rules of professional conduct to address fair and reasonable legal fees for First Nations clients. Specifically, the BC Chiefs and Assembly called for the Law Society of British Columbia to immediately engage BCAFN and the BC First Nations Justice Council to coordinate those efforts. And number 2, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly call on the Government of Canada and the Government of British Columbia to condemn laws, firms who prey upon First Nations and utilize exploitative legal fees structures against them. I'm looking for a mover and a seconder. Oh, we have a mover, Cookby Roseanne Casimir. Looking for a seconder.
Chief Price, I got your First Nation. I'll second.
Thank you, Chief. Comments or looking for question?
Question.
Question has been called. All those against? All those abstain? Resolution 10 is passed. Unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, chiefs. Thank you, proxies. Thank you, team, for your in-depth discussion and for the patience while we ran through the resolutions to give further direction to our team here on what needs to be done. I'd like to move on to the mineral tenure reform update, and I invite Regional Chief Terry Teegee alongside BCFN's legal counsel, Joelle, if she's here, and Merle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very quickly on this. The mineral tenure reform, as you all know, the Gigala Hadasat court case took these companies to task in terms of online staking. As a result of that, the province of BC is trying to address some of the findings and rulings in the court system. And one of the I suppose, actions that the province has taken is this mineral claims consultation framework, which will supposed to address the modernization of the Mineral Tenure Act, but certainly the MCCF framework is a complete disappointment. It doesn't go far enough, and certainly other organizations are disappointed with the MCCF framework. I think it's really important that when the minister Brar comes to this room, comes into our Zoom at 1:30, we need to ask him if this modernization lives up to the provisions or the expectations of our First Nations people. And one of the things that we're really calling for is the alignment of the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act is consent-based decision. And further to that, I think it's really important that First Nations are involved in terms of this, what is so-called modernization of this act that's over 100 years old. One of the things that we continue to ask and request is that if this is going to be, I suppose, repealed and replaced, but certainly we don't see that happening. The deadline to get in comments is March 26th, but I'm not sure if that's going to meet our expectations. I think overall it is certainly a disappointment, but we're also intervening on this court case as a part of the First Nations Leadership Council, BCFN, UBCIC First Nations Summit. And we do have a resolution in 11 ensuring reform of the Mineral Tenure Act in consultation with the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. And that's our expectation, and it shouldn't be no less than the DRIPA Act. In terms of how decisions are made, especially in light of what we're seeing today with the Trump administration and this knee-jerk reaction in terms of expansion of mines, more investment into British Columbia. We don't want to subvert our rights and ability to make decisions within our territories, and certainly this act, a Mineral Tenure Act, needs to live up to our expectations. So I'll leave it at that, just kind of an introductory comments, and pass it on to Merle as part of the legal team. Merci.
You're on, Merle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for those opening comments, Regional Chief. All of them very much on point and actually really helped me sort of move my way through the presentation because you touched on many of the core topics. If I can move, have the presentation brought up and then move to the first slides. I can certainly, in the meantime, like with some of those general comments. Second slide, please. Yeah, I think there's a real connection, particularly on the Mineral Tenure Act file, there's a real connection between many geopolitical issues that are occurring and a connection to the discussion around tariffs and the push for critical minerals that are very active in this particular file. So in many ways, there's a lot of negative convergence sort of occurring. So of course, you know, as you already sort of heard yesterday, probably in the report around the tariffs, Canada and BC are experiencing a time of tremendous economic uncertainty. All the financial outlooks seem pretty depressing, and especially with an overdependence on the United States as a trade partner. And of course, the overdependence on just a natural resource economy that just purely exports. So that some negative concepts I think are really converging on this particular topic. One, I think we really all need to keep a really conscious awareness is that the public interest and a project approval is based on the public interest are justifiable infringement of First Nations title and rights. There certainly is a very public narrative being developed by this government and by the federal government that there's a public interest that needs to be advanced ahead of the Constitution, again, ahead of that could override the duty to consult. And certainly while we're in a time period that seems to be optimistically implementing UNDRIP, there also seems to be a lowering of the standard for DRIPA compliance. So one of the things about the critical minerals discussion is really that part of the move is to try and create a deregulated environment to lower the standard of regulations and approvals. That's part of that narrative around fast tracking. And of course, that could be to the detriment of First Nations. It's sort of that same sort of geopolitical economics being put before the law. There's also, I think, an inherent danger around that the implementation of DRIPA could be slowed down to allow for economic survival. And obviously, that's not a new story, I think, for First Nations or Indigenous peoples, that their economic interests are placed before our own. But it's something that is very live in this very intense sort of issue of negative convergence. In other words, I think that there's a real threat of ignoring the law to protect the public purse. And when it comes to the public purse, of course, we know that it's always only ever shared on the Crown's terms. A clear example of that is how much so far it appears the new fiscal framework that the province was going to embark upon seems to be set aside and there seems to be no advance, and particularly there's not a revisiting of the revenue sharing that occurs on exploration and mining projects. If we go to the next slide. Says that, as the regional chief had just mentioned, the Mineral Claims Consultation Framework, i.e. the MCCF, is really experiencing a race against time. As my colleague Joelle Walker will speak to more about specifics of the case itself, I won't touch on that. Mostly that I think for importance here is that the province was ordered at the lower court to develop a consultation framework within 18 months. Unfortunately, and much to the detriment, I think, of First Nations, the very first public pamphlet that was released on the consultation framework, not the framework itself, but just a public pamphlet, wasn't released until there was about 50 or 60 days left of that 18 months. So on January 7th, the first public pamphlet was released, and then there were two information sessions held on the January 9th and 14th, which First Nations did attend, and provided a lot of terse, I should say, not maybe cursed also, terse feedback on. Mostly very well thought constructive criticism of that at those sessions. And it does not appear that there will be any future public sessions held between now and what is the deadline. On the face of it, it looks unlikely that the consultation framework will be altered at all. And at this point, the consultation framework is due March 26, 2025, which on this day is 27 days from now, not including business days and such, or if it's even smaller if you include business days. So apparently the consultation framework is going to be released prior to, but it's intended to be a living consultation framework, which is really their spin on the fact that they're not going to make any more changes to it. So that's obviously a problem, and I think that might be something that chiefs might want to talk to Minister Barr about this afternoon. On to the next slide with Dick. Oh yeah, in terms of some high-level criticisms of the constructive criticisms of the MCCF, there's an absence of First Nations rights language within the current framework. Completely, especially particularly about the jurisdiction and the applicable First Nations legal orders that we have to govern our own territories. There's a lack of unaccounted First Nations requirements. So particularly around, many nations throughout the province have their own policies and their own assessment processes that would impose certain requirements in the mineral tenure regime, and there's an absence of really accounting for that. Third, there's a lack of information flow about what types of things will be shared with applicants, because they'll be, the way that the framework works is that it's a pretty standard consultation referral process. So it's unclear what sort of information will be obtained about, will be provided by those who make applications for mineral tenures. A clear example, really negative example, is occurring in many nations' territories, is the Fortescue recent claim that occurred within this 18 months, where 350 claims and a gigantic amount of hectares from Tecumseh all the way up to Williams Lake happened within the same process, and very little, if any, information other than public information is available about Fortescue. That's actually included in an upcoming resolution also. Next slide. Because it's a standard consultation referral process, there's a really inadequate amount of time for First Nations to respond once they've are sort of alerted to the fact that there's been a claim in their territory. So there's only a 30-day assessment period provided. So as you can imagine, this is a new consultation referral process, which all of a sudden is going to create a tremendous amount of information, and it'll just increase the piles of papers of consultation referrals, which most First Nations, I think, experience that they're already in a position of consultation saturation. So more referrals and an extremely small time period to respond. So obviously that's problematic. Fifth, it's really like, as you would imagine, most consultation policies at a high level. So it's a one size fits all. I guess we'll have to determine whether or not, when it's applied to particular nations, whether or not it's actually tailored to them. But obviously there are a lot of nations who have Act of Aboriginal Title cases that have achieved title declaration, like the Chilcotin, those like the Niska, who actually have jurisdiction on the subject matter of that affects mining. Doesn't right now at this level, the consultation framework doesn't appear to address that specificity of rights. So in that, it's flawed. There's very limited like First Nations decision-making authority. Absolutely not consent. At this point, it appears it's just going to be like a standard consultation framework, because it's born and modeled on every other consultation referral process that we've experienced in the last 10 or 15 years of implementing consultation cases. And then lastly, I think, as you'd expect, it's really like as the norm of a unilateral Crown-controlled accommodation process. And it's unclear really at this point whether or not there will be any accommodation that actually is triggered by it. Maybe the last point, which is not included here, which is many nations within at the information sessions did also alert, and certainly the Ministry of Mining and Critical Minerals is alerted to, is that there's not any capacity funding yet provided for the incredible increase of consultation referrals which we can expect from the process. So increased referral sets or consultation referral, short time periods, and no money. As you can imagine, all those things are converge on a pretty potential failure. So strangely, we're actually First Nations and industry are actually agree on the failure and the flaw of the process for different reasons, but those are probably enough comments, but certainly probably generate some potential questions from Minister Barr. Next, please. And next slide. The MTA reform, it's quite a strange coincidence. During the Mineral Tenure Act was already in the process of being reformed over the last year and a half, or even last more like three or 4 years. But in the middle of a potential move to do some initial legislative changes, the Catholic case came down in the middle of the Tenure Act reform. So that process almost got set aside in the meantime while the province developed this consultation framework. They were sort of somewhat running in parallel, but the influence of having to develop a consultation framework certainly slowed down and threw off the mandating process. So right now, it's expected that after the consultation framework becomes live in 27 days, that between April and the end of next year, there'll be the development of a true repeal and replace. I think that's actually a really important question to ask Minister Barr, if there is that firm commitment to develop the legislation still on the previous committed timelines. Obviously, it's tremendously important to replace this sort of gold rush era legislation, which couldn't in some respects be any more colonial in nature. It really presumes that the Crown has full sovereignty over surface and subsurface, and that you need not be asked. Obviously, is a completely contrary to the concepts to the affirmation of Aboriginal title, that we have jurisdiction on this that applies, and almost never. Never requires consent. So the need for the MTA to have a full repeal and replace is very important. Right now, that's targeted to occur between April of this year and the end of 2026. So there's a real dire importance, I think, for First Nations to interact and be involved in this process. On that, there's somewhat of a more advanced interim legislative process that is still sort of very much a work in progress. As it was in the previous interim legislative process, the First Nations Leadership Council, Voluntary Treaty, and Historical First Nations have a sort of a specific spot. There's also been the creation of a First Nations Technical Advisory Group, and there's an all nations inclusive group. So far, those processes have been ineffective, mostly because there hasn't been actual firm commitments in legislation to comprehensively sink your teeth into. But it certainly is important, given this very intense timeline between April of 2025 to the end of 2026, for First Nations to very much directly engage, because it will have a lot to do with ensuring that the entire mining regime is reformed. This is primarily focused on the exploration stage, but however this legislation is repealed and replaced will have a very significant bearing on how the Mines Act and maybe relevant things like the Waters Act or the environmental assessment legislation that needs to be adapted also as part of like the larger mining regime. Next slide. So just some general sort of like high-level comments is I think it's a really important sort of like to appreciate that we are in a process of where things seem to be going two different directions simultaneously. On the UNDRIP reform initiative, that's about really raising the bar and about affirming that First Nations have jurisdiction within this area and that nothing occurs without our free, prior, informed consent. The opposite direction is also occurring because of the emphasis on, well, fast tracking, which is some of it is critical minerals related, and then just the push for critical minerals, which the minister himself will probably tell you that is looked at as being a potential savior for the BC economy. So you have these two things that seem to be going completely opposite directions of UNDRIP raising the bar and the province simultaneously lowering the bar in terms of the way it's making decision making. It's not completely consistent across the current fast track list, but there certainly isn't a unanimous consent environment that's being implemented. It's much more of consent through the consultation lens. In terms of sort of like particular aspects of that, I think that First Nations are going to be very likely looking for a more empowered participatory process that actually really affirms title, affirms that they have, that this legal subject matter has to be reformed pursuant to DRIPA, and a necessity that nations have that their own legal orders apply directly to the granting of mineral tenures. And with that sort of high level of comments, I will pass it over to my colleague, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Merle. Calling on Joelle.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Joelle Walker. As Merle said, I'm a colleague of his at Miller Titterley, and I was one of the counsel along with Roseanne Kyle in the appeal hearing that occurred in January on the Gitgatla and Hadasat matter. If I could ask that the presentation be pulled up. Thank you. And we can move to the second page of that. I just wanted to start by giving kind of a brief overview of the proceedings in the court below, because obviously that's where this started before it went to the Court of Appeal. So after lengthy hearing and several months, in September 2023, Justice Ross of the BC Supreme Court delivered the court's decision, which had consolidated proceedings commenced by both Gitgatla and Hadasat. The decision focused on the current mineral tenure regime regulated under the Mineral Tenure Act, and in particular was concerned with the online staking system, which allows for the staking of mineral claims within the province without consultation with an affected First Nation. Next slide, please. So the central tenet of the petitioner's arguments was that the mineral tenure system breached their Section 35 constitutional rights, and that pursuant to the Supreme Court of Canada decision in Haida, the province has a duty to consult with Indigenous peoples before granting mineral claims through an online staking system. The petitioners also argued that the MTA is inconsistent with the rights recognized in BC's Declaration Act and UNDRIP, and they sought declarations to this effect, as well as an injunctive relief, which would stop the continuation of online staking claims in their territories and the quashing of several mineral claims that had already been granted. Next slide, please. The court ultimately found that there is a duty to consult that is triggered by the current system of issuance of mineral claims because it has adverse impacts on areas of significant cultural and spiritual importance to the petitioners, and the rights of the petitioners to own and achieve the financial benefit from the minerals within their territories. The court found that the Chief Gold Commissioner does have discretion within the existing MTA to create a structure for consultation, and thus the court declined to find that the MTA is actually constitutionally invalid. Essentially, the argument was there's discretion within this legislative system. The Chief Gold Commissioner failed to do it, but the legislation itself does not fail constitutionally because of that. The court went on to find that Section 2 of the Declaration Act does not implement UNDRIP into the domestic law of BC. In particular, they were looking at Section 2A, which states that one of the purposes of the Declaration Act is to affirm the application of the Declaration to the laws of British Columbia, and that Section 3 of the Declaration Act does not create justiciable rights. And what that means is it does not create rights that can be brought to the court for court intervention. The court determined that the proper remedy was a declaration that the province owes a duty to consult at the online mineral staking stage. But as Merle has just described for you, suspended that declaration for 18 months to allow the Chief Gold Commissioner and BC to go away and to design a regime that allows for consultation at this stage. And of course, Merle has outlined for you all of the ways in which that is still lacking. Next slide, please. Both Gitgala and Hadasat appealed the decision to the BC Court of Appeal on the question of whether provincial laws are consistent with UNDRIP is something that the court can weigh in on pursuant to the Declaration Act. And they both sought declarations that the consistency of provincial laws with UNDRIP is justiciable. That is, it is something for the court to consider and that can be brought forward, and that the mineral claims regime under the MTA is inconsistent with Article 32 of UNDRIP. And of course, Article 32.2 deals with the requirement for states to consult in good faith with the aim of achieving free, prior, and informed consent. So on the appeal, the First Nations Leadership Council, jointly with the BC Civil Liberties Association, was granted leave as an intervener. And the appeal was heard over 3 days in January of 2025. A 3-day appeal hearing is quite lengthy, and I think that just demonstrates the complexity of the issues that were before the court and overall the importance of this case as one of the first instances that the BC Court of Appeal has had to truly grapple with the Declaration Act and how UNDRIP applies now to the laws of British Columbia. So not just the process of an alignment of laws, but what is the effect currently now when looking at the laws of BC. The 3 justices who heard the appeal were very knowledgeable. They were very engaged. They asked questions that got really to the heart of the issues quite quickly. The bench included a former lawyer with experience in international law, a lawyer with experience in human rights law, and a lawyer from the Department of Justice, all of which was experience that was quite relevant to the issues that were being brought forward. Next slide. So in terms of the main oral submissions made in the appeal, Gitgala focused on Section 2A of the Declaration Act and said that it imposes a presumption of conformity with UNDRIP, which applies to all laws of BC, including the common law. And broadly speaking, the presumption of conformity essentially means that BC and Canada will interpret and apply laws in ways that are consistent with their obligations under international instruments, so international conventions and treaties. They also argued that Section 3 of the Declaration Act means that an inconsistency of a law with UNDRIP imposes a legal duty on BC to consult and cooperate with First Nations about measures to remedy the inconsistency. And as a result, courts need to have the ability to adjudicate whether or not a law is consistent with UNDRIP. So the example that the court actually put to BC during the hearing is, you're saying to us that there is no role for the courts in this process, but what if a First Nation says this law is inconsistent and BC says, no, read a particular way, it is consistent, isn't that entirely a statutory interpretation exercise that should be and historically is adjudicated before the court? And Gagala sought declarations from the Court of Appeal that BC's mineral tenure regime is inconsistent with Article 32, and work is needed to ensure alignment with UNDRIP. Next slide. Hadasat's oral submissions focus primarily on the immediate legal effect of UNDRIP and the honor of the Crown. The law, as it stands now, assumes that the Crown intends to fulfill its promises. And through the Declaration Act, BC has provided statutory recognition of the pre-existing Indigenous and human rights set out in UNDRIP. And that is a promise, that is an obligation, which BC is assumed to intend to carry out. And their other point, which I think kind of overlaps with as well with what some of what Merle was saying, is that there is a need for the Crown to consider UNDRIP rights in consultation processes, including governance rights. So including looking at Indigenous legal orders and Indigenous laws through that consultation process. Next slide. The submissions on behalf of FNLC and BCLA that we made focused on Section 8.1 of the Interpretation Act. This is a new section that was added to the Interpretation Act after the passing of DRIPA, and it expressly provides in Section 8.13 for the use of UNDRIP in construing every act and regulation in BC. So the focus of our submissions, what had been done in the court below, is the judge referred to Section 8.1, but didn't look at the fact that there's two subsections in there, one which addresses Section 35 rights, and then another that deals with UNDRIP rights. And the court had kind of put those two things together in the interpretive exercise. So our submissions focused on the need to really treat those two sections separately. They're distinct for a reason, and in order to give proper effect to UNDRIP in interpreting acts and regulations, it requires a separate consideration. We also set out an analytical framework for how to assess the consistencies of laws in UNDRIP. So the first thing that the court needs to do is consider whether or not UNDRIP is engaged, if so, how it applies, then to go through the exercise that is required of construing laws consistently with UNDRIP. If that can't be done based on the language of the law or legislation as it currently stands, then the judge must say so in their decision, and that helps inform the process of alignment of laws that's required under the Declaration Act. Our general observation was that the court was interested in that argument, and it was well received by the judges. I think they understood from a statutory interpretation analysis that framework that we were suggesting was one that can and should be used anytime the question of construing laws consistently and using the Interpretation Act to do so is engaged. Next slide, please. And then we got to BC's submissions, and I have to say they were troubling in many respects. It was the most fiery part of the entire hearing. As I mentioned, the panel was very knowledgeable, very engaged, and they asked very pointed questions of BC throughout the day and a half that BC was up doing its submissions. The aspects that were really focused on were the fact that BC had admitted in its written argument that the MTA is not aligned with UNDRIP. This was not a position they had taken in the court below. In the court below, they said the MTA is in fact consistent with UNDRIP. So they changed their position on that in the appeal. But they argued that the court should not, quote, interfere at this stage, given that there is alignment work under the MTA that is ongoing. And they spoke at length about this new relationship they had with Indigenous peoples in BC of consultation and collaboration, which is meant to be transformative. They claimed that because of this new relationship, litigation is not the right path forward, and the courts should be hesitant to intervene or be involved in these sorts of determinations. They also said that there was really no dispute before the court because this alignment process was ongoing. And they repeatedly said that because of that, a declaration from the court specifying that the MTA is inconsistent and how it is inconsistent would not be of any use. Of course, the response to that is, of course, and the judges put this to BC, of course it is useful because it helps to guide that process of alignment of laws. And I think, what Merle was speaking to earlier is something where there's a very kind of diluted consultation framework that is no different than what we see in kind of the general HIDA process, perhaps even more diluted than that. Whereas really what should be being built out is something that is UNDRIP focused, that is informed by UNDRIP to ensure that consistency. So the judge's main questions at the hearing related to concerns that perhaps the appellants were seeking new relief that they didn't seek in the court below. That was addressed by the fact that the issues had changed somewhat from the court below, given the narrowing of it and given positions that BC had taken subsequent to the reasons from the BC Supreme Court coming out. Whether or not the declarations that were being sought by the appellants were too broad. How to interpret Section 2A of the Declaration Act, given that it is a purpose section, i.e. it says the purpose of this act is, rather than a section generally that's read as imposing obligations. They also looked at the source of Indigenous rights that are set out in UNDRIP and how that affects their enforceability in BC law, given that there are sections of UNDRIP that are more forward-looking. And they also asked some questions around how to consider Indigenous rights under UNDRIP in comparison to Section 35 rights, where because under Section 35, the law differentiates between this asserted and established rights, which is not a concept you see in UNDRIP. So not surprisingly, next slide. Not surprisingly, at the end of all this, the court reserved judgment, as they usually do. And although they seem to be struggling somewhat with kind of the breadth of the declarations and some of these procedural issues, ultimately we came out of that optimistic that at minimum, the court will issue a declaration regarding inconsistency of the mineral tenure regime in BC with Article 32.2 of UNDRIP, which is FPIC. If that is the case, then it's a very good thing that the consultation framework being done by BC is kind of a living document, because it will likely need to be radically changed as a result of a declaration that we think is coming from the Court of Appeal. Thank you very much for your time. That concludes my summary.
Very much appreciated, RC, Merle, and Joelle. There's a lot here, and it just shows that in order to change law and coincide with DRIPA, UNDRIP, UNDA, it's going to take a lot of work and a lot of understanding by a lot of people to ensure that the work that needs to get done is followed up, and we have the right people in our corner to guide us, to show us, and to work with us. Along with the report, we also have a resolution attached to the report, draft resolution number 10. I'd like to go to the resolution. Resolution 11. Ensuring reform of the Mineral Tenure Act is consistent with the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. I'll go directly to the therefore it be resolved. Number 1, the BC Assembly of First Nations, BCFN, Chiefs in Assembly calls on the Ministry of Mining and Critical Minerals Ministry to apply the consent-based decision-making process in alignment with the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, retroactively to all mineral tenure claims acquired in British Columbia following the Gitsatsla decision. Number 2, the BC AFN Chiefs in Assembly calls on a ministry to establish a new government-to-government table inviting all First Nations affected mineral claims post Gitsatsla to engage in decision-making regarding existing and future mineral tenure claims and to provide sufficient capacity funding for meaningful participation. 3, the BCFN Chiefs and Assembly calls on the ministry to ensure that sufficient and ongoing accommodations are provided to affected First Nations where applicable, including economic benefits, environmental protections, and co-governance of mineral resources. 4, the BC AFN Chiefs and Assembly calls upon the Government of British Columbia to work in collaboration with affected First Nations to align mineral tenure governance, including any staking of mineral tenure claims with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, UN Declaration, and distinct First Nations legal orders. And 5, the BC Chiefs and Assembly calls on the Government of British Columbia to address all wrongful acquisitions of mineral tenure claims, ensuring that any and all reforms to the Mineral Tenure Act regime are consistent with the UN Declaration and respect First Nations jurisdiction and governance over the lands, territories, and resources. This resolution number 11 was moved by Chief Don Tom, and I'm looking for a seconder.
It'll be Rhonda Phillips, I'll second, from Hatsuth First Nation.
Thank you, Limlet. Is there any discussion on the resolution?
Question.
Question has been called. All those opposed? All those abstain? Resolution carried. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's been a very difficult morning for all of us, and time wasn't working with us, but I really appreciate your patience and your understanding, and to let you know that I did not want to disrespect by not allowing you to talk or limiting what you had to say or your participation in a meeting. We will break until 1:30. Have a good lunch, and after lunch we'll have Minister Jagrup Bar, Ministry of Mining and Critical Minerals, here to meet with you and talk with you, and we talk with him. So have a good lunch and take care. See you at 1:30. Limlet.
What time are we coming back from our break?
For break at 12:30.
1:30.
1:30.
Oh, God, we're late.
I just had an emotion. Germany, or do you want to make an amendment? If you think it's gonna be weird, then it's gonna be awkward. I don't know how many children from Native culture who kind of lost touch with their family.
Just a notice to everybody, we'll be reconvening in 5 minutes. This is Harvey McLeod, reconvening our afternoon session. When you're looking at the agenda, we have another action-packed afternoon to finish off our assembly. And I again thank each and every one of you for your patience and understanding for us to go through all of our agenda items and have good discussion and make some decisions on moving forward and developing the relationships that we need to move forward. This afternoon, we have Minister Jagrup Barr, Minister of Mining and Critical Minerals, joining us and to share, to give comment about his role, his work when it comes to things that we have some concerns about. I'm glad that he's here. I'm glad he's with us. We have a little over 40 minutes with the minister. And if the minister is online, I ask him to join us. Good afternoon, Minister. I'm glad that you're here. And
thank you, Harvey.
I'll transfer it over to you. Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
So thank you very much, Harvey, and I hope all of you had a good lunch. So it's wonderful to meet you all virtually this afternoon, and thank you to the Lekwungen people, the Songhees and Esquimalt First Nation, on whose territory actually I am. I don't know where you are, but I, of course, ask everyone to pay respect to the territory you are on. It is an honor to speak at the BCAFN 21st Annual Special Chiefs Assembly, and to ask and to also take some of your questions in the end. While we are here to discuss a variety of topics, I want to begin by acknowledging the crucial role that First Nations have in BC's mineral exploration and mining sector, and that's my responsibility at the provincial level. Partnership with First Nation brings vital perspectives to exploration and mining sector. Through our work together to strengthen the industry, we are ensuring that British Columbians today and in the future can benefit from safe and responsible mining. And so gatherings like these are important for all of us because it demonstrates that our relationship are key pillar in defining the future of industry. Thank you for your willingness to collaborate with us on the critical priorities that will help build a prosperous mineral exploration and mining sector. It's because of the strength of our relationship that we have already witnessed some important successes in our collaboration. The mineral exploration and mining industry remains the largest private sector employer of Indigenous peoples in Canada, providing economic opportunities for rural and remote communities. For example, Bruce, Jack, and Red Chris mines in BC have 30% Indigenous representation in their workforce. Beside employment, as we all know, mining and critical minerals has another major milestone in BC. We were the first province to share mineral tax revenue with First Nations, having signed 56 benefit agreement since 2010. Now, revenue nearing $500 million has been shared to date, and to advance priorities and self-determination of First Nation around the province. This progress will continue to evolve with development of a new fiscal framework with Indigenous peoples that recognizes Indigenous rights as outlined in the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. And our work continues as we engage with individual First Nations on many other initiatives, including mining-related land use plans, to support reconciliation, shared economic opportunities, and sustainability. We are taking tangible steps to support our commitment and open more windows for this meaningful process. We will work directly with First Nations to identify and resolve challenges to make sure that there is a clear path to deliver benefit from mining and exploration to people in community who rely on this sector. We will work with First Nation and industry and across the ministry to establish fixed timelines for mining approvals, permits across British Columbia. We will work with the Ministry of Water, Lands, Resource Stewardship to enable mining exploration and development in BC's Northwest in partnership with First Nations to achieve our commitment to protect 30% of land and waters by 2030 and foster economic development and opportunities in the region. And I assure you that we are fully committed to this path. We value your voices. They make the mineral exploration and mining sector better for everyone. Our dedication to environment, social, and governance principles is reflected in strong collaborative partnership with Indigenous communities. To uphold these values and follow the principle of TRIPA, we have set out to modernize the BC Mineral Tenure Act. It has long been a priority for First Nations and First Nations organization, and our government is committed to getting this work done in consultation and cooperation with title and rights holders, as per Section 3 of the Declaration of the Rights of the Indigenous People Act, and with the next 2 years. We also underline this commitment through the BC's critical mineral strategy by expanding First Nations partnership, shared decision-making, and reconciliation. We are working with First Nations and industry to uphold our DRIPA commitment while maintaining sector competitiveness. During this work, there have been some tests here and there, but by working together, we can modernize the Act while maintaining a vibrant mineral exploration and mining sector that contributes to reconciliation, economic, and priority for everyone. And while we work towards the modernization of Mineral Tenure Act, we must also implement what we call the Mineral Claims Consultation Framework. The new framework was created in response to a BC Supreme Court ruling to ensure the province meet its duty to consult and, as appropriate, accommodate First Nations concerns about registering claims. It has been developed in consultation with First Nations and industry engagement. The framework will create a new opportunity for the province and First Nation to engage at the first step of the mine life cycle, which is mineral claim staking. First Nation assessment of impacts from mineral or placer claim registration will now have vital role in future mineral claim decisions. In the framework design, we also have proposed an approach where consultation will be on a group of claims across territories to reduce administrative complexities. This will allow First Nations to focus on the claim application more relevant to them. This consultation framework must be in place in late next month, and we remain open to continued feedback now and as the framework is implemented to ensure we keep improving it moving forward. Lastly, I would like to say that meaningful reconciliation takes time, and we are committed to getting there with a balanced approach, considering collective interests. We are creating a predictable path forward and continuing our effort to ensure that BC's mineral exploration, and mining sector support good jobs and reflects the shared interest and values of everyone who lives and works on these lands. And I'm glad that we are doing this work together, and I look forward to continuing our collective efforts moving forward. So I want to say thanks to you in closing to give me the opportunities, working with you on this very important file. So I will be happy to take any questions if you have or any feedback if you have.
Minister, for the update report. And I now ask for our chief's proxies to acknowledge themselves that want to have a word or some say to the minister. I'll first look to Cookbee Rhonda Phillips.
Good afternoon, Cookbee Rhonda Phillips, Hatsuth First Nation. I'd just like to start by acknowledging and thanking our elder for the beautiful prayer and song this morning. I know I didn't get to speak earlier, so it really helped ground me and set the tone for our day ahead. You know, we all know that our workloads can feel very overwhelming, and it's important for us to remember to be grateful and to give thanks to our Creator and to give thanks for those around us that are supporting us and moving forward. So I want to say thank you for that. And it's a good afternoon, Minister Brar. It's great to see you again. I appreciate the last few times that we have met. I want to express my gratitude for you taking the time to meet with all of us today. As we've heard over the last month that we're indeed living in some unprecedented times. It's been concerning to witness the challenges that's facing our neighbors and what we're facing here, you know, in British Columbia. So I just want to take this opportunity to thank you again for your commitment to engage with Hatsuth First Nation and for the willingness to collaborate with us. I understand that we're in what feels like economic warfare. I've heard that term a couple of times this week, and you know, I want to restate that, or just reiterate that it's something that First Nations people have been enduring since the arrival of settlers to this land. But I see this as a unique opportunity, one for where the province and in particular your ministry, Minister Brar, you know, that where we can work in true partnership. It's a time to work in true partnership with First Nations. So, you know, I just, it's an opportunity for us to really to be actively making decisions together. So it's, you know, it's not for the benefit of our nations, but for the benefit of all British Columbians alike. So I appreciate hearing your commitment today. And I just want to say that I'll be holding you to your words. You know, we're in a time where we can set a new precedent, a future that is truly inclusive of the first peoples of our land. You know, real reconciliation begins by honoring the contributions that we bring to the table, you know, and I believe that by working together, we can create a stronger and more unified future for all and for all British Columbians. So I appreciate your words, and I call upon you to work closely with all of our communities. This is a real opportunity to create meaningful change, one that upholds the principles of the United Nations Declarations of the rights of Indigenous people and ensure that it remains central to the decisions that we're making together as we move forward. So I just thank you for that, and I look forward to our meeting that I know our team is trying to set up, but some time with you and with with the Minister of Indigenous Relations. So I look forward to that meeting. Cookstetten.
Thank you very much, Chief Philip, for those kind words. I will be happy to meet with you moving forward. I am fully committed to work with all of you because this is very important work, not only for the First Nations. This is very important work for all people of British Columbia. And yes, we are going through a very difficult time right now. You mentioned the economic war. I think when it comes to First Nations, I think if you look at the historic injustice, it was way more than that. It was, of course, the economic warfare, it was social and everything, cultural and heritage. But right now, what we are facing is, it's a bit unique in a way, in many way, and that our next door neighbor, I said to people that, we are dealing with a kind of intoxicated elephant. And I was just reading the article a few days ago by the Bank of Canada governor. I'm talking about the current one, not the one seeking a nomination for Liberal Party. What he said, he was speaking somewhere to a group of business people that if the tariff becomes reality, which we every day almost hear from the other side that this is a reality, that this could be so big, way bigger than what we saw during the COVID-19, and it will be very, very hard to deal with it. And that's why we are taking actions. Of course, we are working with other premiers and the government of Canada to fight back. At the same time, we are working hard to create opportunities for people, jobs, and all that in the province of British Columbia, whether we call it fast-tracking the projects and all that kind of stuff, working with First Nations and everybody else. And also then diversifying our trade. And the good news is that our trade with the US is now about 51% because we have been diversifying for a long time, as compared to like Ontario, that's 90%. It's very hard for them. Even Alberta is over 75%. So we will continue working to provide opportunity and share prosperity with people, particularly with First Nations. That's very important principle for us.
Lieutenant Minister, I'll now acknowledge Cookby Fred, and then after Cookby Fred, Chief Linda. Cookby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. English name is Fred Robbins. I'm the elected chief of the people of the White Earth, the northwest corner of the Secwepemc Nation. Thank you, Mr., for your discussion to open up the topic around mining. I'll believe it when I see it. I'll say that first and foremost. Checking a box is not something that I think will pass this day and age. If there's anything that I've learned discussions with the different ministers, it's always checking a box and saying, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. I remember doing the same thing 20 years ago with the Ministry of Forests. And then they finally came out with the FCARSA. And finally some funds started to flow to the First Nations communities around stumpage rates that the forest industry is receiving and leaving First Nations with basically nothing. So I look forward to seeing something like that coming from this Mineral Tenure Act, where the First Nations are going to receive some kind of funds so that we can start to address the issues of socioeconomic gaps that always seems to be part of every agreement that these mining tenure agreements come forward. They say, yes, we're gonna assist with closing the socioeconomic gaps of First Nations people, but they throw a bunch of red tape and a bunch of different types of actions in front of it. They tell us where we have to spend the money, how we have to spend the money, and if we don't spend it that way, you're not getting the money. So it's really concerning for me when I hear you speak about potential future and DRIPA playing its role, but through the back door, what I'm hearing is the mining companies are choosing to ignore DRIPA and drag out the process and look at negotiating with the First Nations at a different level from DRIPA. But DRIPA is something that's, you know, for the province, it's something that all other ministers have to follow. I don't know why mining seems to be so much different. I mean, the first mine that was ever found in BC was a trade for a freaking cup and a spoon, for crying out loud. But the person that received that got that mine is a millionaire, billionaire, old money nowadays. But when you think about what the First Nations gone through the past 155 plus years with First Contact, we received nothing. Not a damn thing about any minerals, any forest industries that have removed these necessary items from our territory. You know, I have to say, I'll believe it when I see a check in the mail. Otherwise, it's business as usual. You check a box, carry on. Let's continue mining. My biggest fear right now is the copper mine that's above Ashcroft. You know, when that thing first started, it was maybe a kilometer long, that tailings lake. Now it's 8 to 10 kilometers long, and it continues business as usual. But what about the impacts of the landscape? What about the impacts to the First Nations, their traditional hunting grounds? All of these things are not taken into consideration when we start to look at the impact that mines have on First Nations communities. You know, I think about BC Hydro, for example, the largest clear cut in BC. Forestry doesn't care. Pipelines, the second largest clear cut in BC. Forestry doesn't care. But the First Nations are the ones left living in these areas where they can't harvest food, they can't harvest their medicines, their necessities of life. They can't harvest animals. You know, so it's concerning to me when these impacts are nothing but a square box to check saying, yes, we've consulted with the province. And I think that's something that is going to fall right up your alley there, Minister, is what does DRIPA mean to the mining in British Columbia, and how are you going to fix that? Because we want, as First Nations, well, as Skedem, we want the decision-making authority in our territory to say no or to say yes, or maybe to strike a relationship. But as it stands now, mining we're putting it through. So it's a frustrating way for all of this to go, Minister, but I really believe that with your words, like I said, I'll believe it when I see it. You know, I'm not trying to say you're speaking with a forked tongue, but for far too many years, we've had these promises come to the table, and nothing's really come of it when it comes to the decision making within our backyard. Gokshin.
Why, Limland Cookby. I'll now acknowledge Chief Linda Price, then we can have some comments from you, Minister.
Okay, no problem.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Linda Price. I'm the Chief of Algatra First Nation. Just want to thank you, Minister Brar, for taking the time to join us today.
Thank you very much.
Our community, Algatra First Nation, entered into a partnership agreement with New Gold, which was subsequently purchased by Artemis. In your address, you referred to the Blackwater Mine project located in our ancestral lands. I just wanted to point out that one of the concerns that I have dealing with corporations, when you enter into a project, we enter into a legal relationship with corporations whose shares are traded on the stock market. If the board or corporation decides to sell out, they do so, and the next day First Nations end up with a new partner, so to speak. In some cases, without prior consult with the First Nation. This is what happened to Algatra First Nation. I believe it's important for the government to be aware that consultation should take place when these types of changes take place. We should not be expected to take on the balance of projects without proper consultation. There are various phases during the life of a mine: construction, operation, closure. Furthermore, ongoing permitting on various stages. I'm concerned that the fast tracking not be promoted in the permitting and approval process. The reason UFN agreed to enter into our partnership agreement with New Gold was because of their agreement to uphold high standards in the environmental process, including through the life of the mine and closure. So just wanted to point that out, and just want to again thank you for joining us today, Chanaga.
White Limland Chief Minister.
Thank you, Chief Price, and thank you, Chief spoke earlier. The first thing I want to say, I completely understand the frustration of First Nations. This is, the historic injustice when we talk about, and then moving forward, the speed of reconciliation we talk about. First of all, the injustice took place for centuries, and you can't bring it back in like 2 years or 5 years because it's so big. The only thing I want to say to you that we are committed. We are the first province to pass TRIPA. We are the first province to share revenue. And we are the first province moving forward to working with you at various things. For example, we have now we are going to implement what we call the mineral claim staking. What we call it? Framework, right? The consultation framework, mineral claim consultation framework. We are going to implement that next month, and that's going to change things. But are these changes will be fully satisfactory to First Nation? The answer is no, right? Because we're going through transition. I wish that could be the case, but we need to keep working. We are taking steps forward, which are, I think, important one to reach the goal where we want to go. We are working with some nations to come up with land use planning, for example, and if we are successful in 1 or 2 or 3 areas, I think that's one of the things probably to move forward on various issues we are facing right now. As per Chief Price, you mentioned 2 things I want to say. That's the way that feedback is very important to us, which you're saying the company sold the project moving forward without talking to you, or mine without talking to you. Those are the questions we need to find out. What is the best way to, what are the best solutions moving forward? So I completely hear you on that one. That the fix we are offering is, if you ask that it's a complete fix in next 2 years, the answer is no. But we are taking steps. We are aligning every law, with the what you call the UN declaration, the act. But this is the first act that will be in my ministry. That's the Mineral Tenure Act will be the first one when we align with the Declaration Act. So fast tracking, I just want to clarify about the fast tracking. The fast tracking word seems to be, it's a word everybody thinks differently. Everybody has different definition of it, but I just want to say that to you, that we are not going to get rid of what we call the environmental assessment program, which is already there. We're not eliminating the technical review of any mine, which is already there. So that's not the way we're going to do it. What we're doing is, so that you know, that we're finding efficiency within the system to make the permitting process more competitive with similar jurisdictions, and secondly, of course, to provide fixed timelines so that people know that there's a certainty, there's stability, because the mining to move forward, of course, they need to raise money, and the investor would like to know that. So just to give you one example, right now, when any major mine go through the what you call the review process, there are 2 stages. One is what we call the environmental assessment program, which includes, of course, the consultation with First Nation, which includes the heritage issues, which includes all those issues. And that usually takes about 3+ years. Sometimes depends on the situation, it may be more, but it's not less. This is quite a long time. And then we have a technical review that happens in my ministry. That takes probably, the last mine that went through it took about 13 months, but it could take 13 to 2 years, depends again on the complexity of the application and mine. So what we did now, what we used to do before, we used to have the environmental assessment program complete and then start the technical review. And then it means it would take almost a 5 year, no matter how good we do, no matter how fast we do. But now what we do is when the environmental assessment program is past the 2 years line, where we see that First Nation agreements are in place, First Nations working with the industry is working with the First Nations, and things seem to be good. We initiate the technical review in my ministry, so they go parallel. So we can finish almost 35% early. So are we compromising anything? The answer is no. We are just doing things differently. So similarly, we are finding efficiencies. We have now standalone, for example, Office of Critical Mineral Office to support the projects at every step of the way so that there's no delay. We have that. We also have a branch in my ministry where we assist companies to work with First Nations, because there are companies who have no idea like how to proceed and work with First Nations. And similarly, we assist First Nation to work with the companies. So we have those steps, we're taking those steps to, that's what it means by when we say fast tracking. We are not eliminating any step which we are taking right now.
Lieutenant Minister, go to RC, TG.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister, for visiting us today. Certainly changing times in terms of mining. I do have a lot of concerns, and I thank my chiefs today for giving me a mandate to address some of those concerns. We had a resolution passed moved by Chief Don Tom and seconded by Cookbee Rhonda Phillips. And it is related to the Mineral Tenure Act. Our expectation hasn't been realized. The mineral claims consultation framework has definitely fell short in terms of our expectations. And what our chiefs are asking for is a process that would include many of the First Nations across this great province to allow them to have their voices heard in terms of this framework, looking really for a government-to-government relationship in terms of developing a Mineral Tenure Act that represents their ability to make decisions, that aligns with the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, and also further to the Gigala, hold my hands up to Gigala and Ahedasat, that have taken online staking to really to question. I think it's really important that we do have a Mineral Tenure Act that isn't just, I would say the way we're moving is just tinkering around the corners. Rather, I would say my question would be, would there be a repeal and a replacement of the Tenure Act? And further to that is the ability for our First Nations to assert our rightful place to make decisions and not simply have a gold commissioner, really a bureaucrat, a high-level bureaucrat making decisions and approving some of these projects. And further to that is to really, I think, put a spotlight on those claims that have been accessed during this court case and perhaps even previous to it. And And one that comes really highlighted is from an Australian company, as you may have heard, Fortescue, that has claims in the Kamloops territory and the Kamloops and Cache Creek, all the way to Williams Lake. This massive claim that they staked out during this time when Ahadisat and Gitgatla were in court. So it's very concerning. I do now, as well as my colleagues from the Union of BC Indian Chiefs and First Nations Summit as part of the FNLC, do have a mandate now to have a framework that would allow as a full alignment of the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples, an ability to make decisions, and also have an ability to, if there is consent for First Nations to benefit from these resources. I mean, this moment in time, you very well know that we've all been discussing the expedited process of 18 projects, energy and mining, that many of our First Nations are really questioning. Especially the other one I need to really highlight is expanding some of existing mines. I think we have to be very cautious in terms of how that is done. I think you need consent of those First Nations that those mines exist in. And I think right now, I also would say that we have a real opportunity here to have a Mineral Tenure Act that aligns with the declaration. We have a real opportunity to, like I said, I guess my question is, are we gonna not just simply tinker around the edges of an old, archaic Tenure Act? Are we going to replace and repeal this act? I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Limland, before you respond, Minister, I want to acknowledge Chief Shannon and to remind you, Chief, that we only have 7 minutes left. So if you can keep your comments short, and we'll get a response from the Minister on the questions that were addressed by Regional Chief. Chief Shannon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very succinct. Squat Minister Lachalawatsad Shanna Thomas, Hereditary Chief of Lakes and First Nation, zooming in from the territory of our relatives at Khalelt. Just a couple of points. One, just to acknowledge that in our territory, we do have folks that aren't necessarily taking up mining, but want to do some rehabilitation of mining sites, which also causes harm because it is actually activating substances that were used historically to extract material. And so that is now leaching into our water streams and is concern for us. So it's not just mining and mineral activity, it's also the reclamation of those areas and how they're rehabilitated. And just to note, because you were mentioning the environmental assessment process, and I don't know if it's possible through the legislation, but to note that for us, when we do use the Indigenous-led assessment rather than the mainstream environmental assessment with proponents, they then try to use the funding that the community receives to participate and lead an Indigenous-led assessment as accommodation. It is not accommodation. It is a requirement and an opportunity under the law. So I just wanted to flag that for your attention when we're talking about environmental assessment, we're talking about Indigenous-led assessment, to make it super clear that industry participating with our communities in that activity does not equal accommodation. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Limland Chief, I'll hand it over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much once again. Thanks to first Region Chief Terry TG. First of all, I want to say the new framework, which we call the mineral claim consultation framework, is responsive, as you know, to the specific court ruling, which was done by the First Nation Gitgatla. And it is different, it's distinct from the work underway to modernize the Mineral Tenure Act. So the consultation framework, as probably all of you know, right now anybody can stake claim on any land anywhere, and just go on the internet online and stake that claim. They don't need to do anything else. No, nothing. That's basically it. It is not even a paper application with the government. It's online claim. That's what they do. And that was, by the way, changed in 2005 by the previous administration. And what we are doing now under this to meet the court requirement, because the court gave us 18 months to implement this. We were not able to modernize the MTA within 18 months because it will require a lot of consultation than this. So what we are proposing now, moving forward, after talking to, of course, First Nations, after talking to industry, I know we all are interested to keep our industry very competitive, but at the same time, very responsible and very accountable for many things. So right now, they can stake the claim, but they have to now apply a paper application with the ministry, and then there will be time, 90 days, that we will consult with First Nations, not them, because they say they are very minor, what you call the mining company. They don't have the funds to do that. So it will be government to government actually consultation before moving forward. So that's a new thing. I know First Nations probably is not something that meets your full expectations. But at the same time, industry is not happy with us either. So they say, this is a big barrier for them. So we have to deal with that. But this is in my view, a meaningful step moving forward at this stage. But this is not the end point. We will continue listening to First Nations moving forward. And if we need to make adjustment, we will according to that. But I know it's your interest. I know it's our interest that we need to keep the industry competitive, because we all that is generate jobs for everyone if we have proper agreements in place and all that. The MTA reform, we are committed. We are fully committed. Chief TG, we must modernize the BC mineral tenure system. We are getting this work done in consultation and cooperation with title and rights holder as per Section 3 of the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People Act, and within the next 2 years. So that work is underway right now. And of course, we would need your feedback on that one. But we will continue to consult with you, and we will do everything possible to consult the First Nations when we move forward that one. So this will be the first act that will align with the what we call the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. So that's why it becomes a bit more challenging. And once it is we go through this act, probably this will provide some guidance to other acts that's going to come forward to the legislature. So we are committed to do that. Reconciliation, Chief Rexio, if I'm not pronouncing it wrong, we are again, the commitment to reconciliations is huge. We have now making accountable to the industry. If we go back a few years, the amount of money we had for reconciliation, I think it was less than probably 20%, but now we have gone to almost 85% money we claim. We get from the company so we can reclaim even if they don't do it. There are, I know, good what we call the pilot project going on, working with First Nations for the reclamation. And I hope in coming years we have a program where First Nation actually are fully involved with reclamation, the dead mines or whatever we call them. So we are working on every step to make it more practical, but at the same time, I know it's a transition. I know you want it faster. I want it faster, but on the other side, we do have an industry which we need to keep competitive. So that's what I want to say. I would love to work with you. I am fully committed to work with you moving forward to make this sector, when it comes to from a reconciliation perspective, responsible to make sure that we have good economic reconciliation with First Nation, to make sure we have good portion of First Nation people working in these mines, and all that we have very good system to capture the water, so that we have clean water around us. And if we can start doing what we call particularly heavy mining area First Nations, if we can come up with the land use planning, that will be at this point in time, I would say, probably the best step moving forward. And then there will be future other system that will be even better than that.
Lieutenant Minister, and we thank you for taking time out of your busy day to share, to listen, and understand some of the concerns we have as people and some of the recommendations that we're going to be presenting to you to make it more inclusive and find a more direct path to what we're all looking for, and that's a safer environment and the land is being taken care of. So I thank you for being with us this afternoon, and have a really good day. White Limited.
Thank you, Harvey, and everyone. Thanks for your time. See you soon, somewhere. Thank you very much.
White. We'll move on to our next agenda item. And it's the First Nations Child and Family Services and Jordan's Principal Settlement and Compensation Process. And I want to thank the team that's here this afternoon to share, to report on where we're at and give us a little clearer picture of the path forward. We have Lydia Whitsom, Jeannie Parnell, and Dean Javier with us this afternoon, and I'll ask them to come on board. And I think it's Lydia talking first.
Right, we're Squale McFoot. Good day, everyone. I'm just going to first turn to Dean Javier to start the presentation, please.
Welcome, Dean.
Yeah, good afternoon. Greetings to Regional Chief TG, all of the BC leadership that's there today. I really want to thank you for the opportunity to meet with you today. Some of you might know me. My name is Dean Janvier. I'm from Deloitte, and I work there as a partner, and I'm the lead on getting the claim support framework in place to support the people who will be applying for compensation under First Nations Child and Family Services, Jordan's Principal Trout Class Action Class Action Settlement. So with that, just a little bit about me. I'm from Cold Lake First Nation in northeastern Alberta. I'm Dene, and it's my great honor to be here with you today. And I'd like to give my special thanks to the BC region for providing names for Lydia and her colleague to join us today to take on the role of the regional liaisons. So with that, I'll turn it back over to them and thank Jeannie and Lydia very much for being a part of our team, and looking forward to working with you going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeannie. When can we turn to you for your introduction?
Sure. Good afternoon, Chiefs. My name is Jeannie Parnell. I'm Dakis from the northern BC. I come from the Luxulu clan, from Stalatin First Nation. Happy to be here and doing this important work and carrying it out in the northern region of BC.
Hi, Ike Squale good day, everyone, chiefs, leaders, matriarchs, all those that have gathered in the Special Chiefs Assembly. I'm pleased to be joining you here with this team to bring the information forward. Lelia is my traditional name. I'm joining you from Cowichan, my home territory, and thankful for the opportunity to participate in this work. We have a short presentation that we're going to do for you that will give you information about leading to getting more information. I do want to read just one paragraph from the settlement to get us started to understand the those that are impacted here. And I'll read that now. And it's honoring First Nations children, youth, and families. We honor all the children, youth, and families affected by Canada's discriminatory conduct. Discriminatory conduct in Child and Family Services and Jordan's Principle. We acknowledge the emotional, mental, physical, and spiritual, and yet to be known harms that this discrimination has had on you and your loved ones. We stand with you and admire your courage and perseverance while recognizing that your struggle for justice often brings back difficult memories. We pay tribute to those who have passed on to the spirit world before seeing this experience recognized in this agreement. It's an opening piece to recognize the sensitivities around the work that we're doing here and to acknowledge everybody in the room and those that have had this experience. With that, I'll turn back to Jeannie, please.
Okay, thank you, Lydia. Put it through to the next slide, please. So how to prepare? And let's go to the next slide. So the claims process will open on March 10th. And we want to get your claimants ready for this application process. So to get ready to submit a claim, removed child class claimants will need one piece of valid government issued ID. Could be a status card, driver's license, provincial territory, photo ID, a secured status card, passport, or if you don't have one, get one. Photo ID is recommended but not required. You would also need an active bank account. For a claimant would also need an active bank account, one that accepts transactions, and if you don't have one, get one. Recommended, it is recommended but not required. It just make the process a lot more streamlined. So that's for the removed child class claimants. And for the removed child family class claimants, it's basically the same. You will need one valid piece of government issued identification and one of the following: Indian status card, driver's license, provincial territorial ID, secured status card, passport, or a correctional facility photo ID. If you don't have one, get one. Photo ID is recommended but not required. One active bank account that accepts transactions, and if you don't have one, get one. Documentation for your relationship for the removed child. For an example, if you're First Nations and have a biological relationship with the child, you will need the long form birth certificate with parental information, naming the biological parents, or adoption records for adoptive parents, or a marriage certificate stating that you're the step parent. Next slide, please. So, okay, so again, how to get ready to submit a claim. And so in addition to all the required documents for the removed child or removed child family class claims, one valid piece of government issued identification, status card, driver's license, photo ID, secured status card, correctional facility, photo IDs. If you don't have one, get one. Documentation that supports your legal appointment to represent a claimant who is a person under a disability, power of attorney, or public guardianship. And for a deceased, you will need a will, Indigenous Services Canada letter of administration, and death certificate to move forward with submitting the claim. So I'll pass it back to you, Lydia. Thank you.
All right, Glenn, next slide, please. Okay, thank you, Jeannie, for laying out the some of the steps to get ready for this your participation in this class action. I'm turning to this next slide. Here's some important notes, and please keep in mind that the first claims period will open March 10th, 2025. That's for the removed child class and the removed child family class. While compensation is not yet available, there are steps that the class members can take to get ready. More information will be available soon on the timing for the remaining classes. Final details on compensation eligibility and the application process will be available when the claims process is launched on March 10th. Another important note, sign up to receive updates and news about the settlement agreement and the claims process on the class action website. You can unsubscribe anytime through instructions included in each communication. But you have to sign up to receive and keep up to date on news and information. Another important note is no one should be requesting personal information from class members at this time. So please don't share it. There's a process you'll go through. Somebody's calling you asking for your information directly, please don't share it. Another important note, that no lawyer is needed to submit a claim. Claimants do not need to pay anyone to submit a form. Legal advice is available for free through class counsel. If you encounter any suspicious calls or have concerns, please contact the administration, and the number's there, 1-833-852-0755, which is a toll-free call, or visit the website at www.fnchildclims.ca/fraud warning. So these are some important notes as we move forward. Jeannie Parnell and I have been hired to work for Deloitte and to provide support to the process. So we are the community liaisons. So we will play one role to help connect with people and get information to you and direct you to where you follow up for more information. So we looked at the map, and we looked at AFN's map, and we said, okay, we'll do a north-south divide, and as well as we could follow the peoples and the nations on the AFN interactive map that they have. We've divided up these areas that we will each support. So Jeannie will focus her efforts on engaging with the Caribou, Nechako, North Coast, and Northeast. And then I will look to focus on Vancouver Island and Coast, Thompson Okanagan, Kootenay, Lower Mainland, and Southwest. So for more information, you can see that we've taken this from the interactive map at the website of the BC Assembly of First Nations. So this is our effort to divide up the work and look to make sure we have the whole province covered. So that is our approach. If we're open to any feedback on that, but this is really the way we will be dividing up the work and looking to provide support within those areas. The next slide. So this is I'll go quickly over this. So for more information, there's a lot of information that's available online, and you'll see the website, FNCHILDCLAIMS.ca. So fnchildclaims.ca. Going to that site, lots of information for you to look at. Direct questions, there is that toll-free number, which is 1-833-852-0755, and that's a toll-free number as well. So looking to go to the website, it's a great website giving you information. And then if we go to the next website, to the next slide, please. We just have, on this slide, you'll see a QR code, and there's a form there. So every time Jeannie and I do a presentation, they offer you the opportunity to go on and share your feedback through the forms.office.com, if you can and see that there. And then Jeannie Parnell, doing British Columbia North, you see her email there, jparnell@deloitte.ca, and then her direct cell number, 778-884-2349. And if we go to the next slide, this next slide is about contacting myself, Lydia Wheatsome. And again, you're invited, you see with the QR code, you're invited to give feedback on the presentation through a survey. And you'll also see my name, British Columbia South. This is my direct email, lwheatsome@deloitte.ca, and then my direct cell, 250-715-5567. So I'm thankful. Thank you so much to have this opportunity to give some initial early information, opportunity to get information on how to get ready. Share that, please, with your communities in terms of getting ready in preparation for the claims to open on March 10th. That is our last slide.
Limlent, Lydia, Jeannie, and Dean for the update. Difficult process, difficult things to think about. And I'm so grateful we have people out there that are doing some of the work to take care of our little ones and our families. With that, I'm opening the floor for questions or comments, and to remind the Assembly that we have 10 minutes. So raise your hand. Okay, I don't see any. Regional Chief.
Yeah, thank you, Lydia and Jeannie, and thank you for that presentation and for accepting this role. We did have a process to choose two individuals, and you were the qualified ones. I think the chiefs need to know that there were, as a part of the $23.4 billion settlement on children that were in care, there were 9 classes, and these are the first 2, I believe. So this dates back to, I believe, 1991 to 2000, December of 2021, I believe. I think somewhere around 2022, December, when the negotiations happened back in, which began in 2021. You know, it took a long time to get to this space, and certainly I think these children that were in care deserve the we know this compensation doesn't address all the issues, and I think with the help from Lydia and Jeannie and from Deloitte, I think there's going to be more assistance later on from other organizations, because one of the things that continually came up, and what we know from other initiatives like common experience payments, is that, you know, when we give out a lot of money or compensation, there's a real risk there to the individual that gets it, and we have to make sure that those children that were in care or currently in care have the necessary assistance, tools, help to make sure that we don't lose them. I mean, this story across this country when common experience payments were paid, and the loss of many of our residential school survivors for either alcohol or drugs is just heartbreaking. And what we do have in control here is an ability to make sure, at the very least, the children that are going to get compensated at the minimum 40,000 up to 100, 200,000, maybe more, have the necessary tools for when they do get this influx of money. I think we really need to be very careful about this. I think we need to necessary to put all the tools in to make sure that we don't lose our loved ones. But I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, RC. We have 2 speakers that have put their hands up, and just to remind the speakers that we have a total of 6 minutes left, so be precise and as fast as possible to get your comments in. I will recognize Judy.
White Flag Tip, Judy Wilson, Red Hummingbird, proxy holder for Serious Indian Band. I just wanted to thank Lydia and Janine for the presentation, but also commenting on the public trustee part. I know we did meet with the public trustee, and they were talking about how for minors that they would be doing some of this work. And I do believe that they hired an Indigenous lead on that, because that was the big question, what Regional Chief's is talking about, how equipped our youth are, because they're younger and more subjected to things. So, but we're also seeing that being Indigenous led, we didn't have any institutions that would be like the public trustee to help with this process. So just putting that under everybody's hat. And then the other part is about where some of our members were discriminated on in the removal of their children, and they can just blame the parents, or they blame the abuses and different things on the parents. So, but even the parents didn't have money to fight back the allegation, or what basis they were using to remove the child. So the parents still, some to this day, have not had that corrected, even though it wasn't legally how they did it all properly to remove their children. So when I asked the presenter over at the AFN when he was presenting this class claim, he said, well, those parents would have to talk to the Deloitte lawyers to see about eligibility. But if the problem is, if they couldn't correct it, they would most likely, I'm thinking, would be deemed ineligible. So I don't know how many parents and families that affects in regard to those kind of cases, because a lot of times the agencies or the ministry had the say over the removal. So I just wanted to add that to the class claim. There's going to be some additional questions in regard to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy, and I'll acknowledge Betty. She's with Deloitte, and to remind you that we just have 4 minutes left.
Yep, this will be quick. We do have a longer presentation that Jeannie and Lydia will do when she makes books meetings with each of her regions or First Nation leaders. This was just shortened, quite a bit just to get through this 30 minutes. So just wanted to let you know there's more to our presentation than this, and more information up there. Thank you.
Thank you, Betty. Is there final comments, Lydia?
Hi, yes, just echoing Betty's comments. You see the contact information that was put up there for Jeannie and I. You can use that information to reach out to us to set up a more thorough presentation for your nation. And so we'll be looking to get out and provide support as community liaisons. And then there will also be separate helpers, there'll be claim helpers, and just with respect to the regional chief's comments, there will also be service coordinators put in place to look at what kind of services can be provided to support claimants, and one of the aspects of that is financial advice. So I will be just being brief. The full presentation with a lot more detail is more like an hour long, and so condensed for the purpose of this agenda item, and open to hearing back. So very thankful that this step is being taken, and just wanting to again acknowledge all the chiefs, leaders, regional chief, and your AFN board for making time for us on your agenda today. Hi, Sayaka. Thank you all.
Limlet, Lydia, and the team that's getting out into community, getting out onto the land, sharing the information on the process, making us more aware of the process, and seeing how we can be, our families can be, our youth can be involved and clean some things up that have gone on for far too long. So I thank you, Lydia, and your team, and be good when we see you out in our communities. So with that, I thank you. Limlet.
Osiam, Baichka. Hey, Eweth. Bye-bye, everyone.
Lots of information. I know that we need more information as people, as leadership, on exactly what's happening and the depth and expansion, the breadth of how huge this is. It's a start. We've seen a piece of it here this afternoon, and I know there's a lot more information out there that we'll have to find out, and you will have to find out, to ensure that our citizens, our people, our families are taken care of. We have one more agenda item before we get into resolutions. This here was a late addition to our agenda for today. It was brought forward by Chief James Hobart, and I understand Marjorie Dumont will be speaking to you, the leadership in this assembly. She is with from what I understand, the Indigenous Public Schools teachers and members of the BC Teachers Federation, to share and to brief and to give us some awareness about what's going on in the education sector. If you're on, Marjorie?
Marjorie's here with me. Can you hear us?
Yes, can hear you, Chief.
Thank you, it's Chief James Hobart. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for letting us have this moment. I just wanted to introduce Marjorie. We've been working together. I've been with the BC teachers, the Indigenous teachers, working with them for the last 12 years, and we've been noticing that is, our whole nothing without us, about us without us has been happening in this sector. And I really believe that once the chiefs get to hear some of the stuff that's going on, that they'll want to know more about it. And that's what I'm encouraging you to do, to think about, be a bit selfish for your kids today and think about what's happening out there and listen to Marjorie's words, because she's done it. She's been in the industry and she's representing over 200 BC First Nation chiefs in our system that are working with their children that are going to be affected by some of the stuff that's happening. So I'm going to turn it over to Marjorie.
Thank you, James. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the delegation of the BC AFN. Before I begin, I'd just like to honor the people who have welcomed us onto their territory, the people who have been caretakers of this land since time immemorial. And I want to raise my hands in honor and respect to the Skohomish, the Hulkaminam, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations for taking care of this land, and I appreciate it. The teachers of the whole area and this area also appreciate that. Denizet, Jakazet, Skyzet, Jean Tapi Hanzu, Saisozit Gadanzitni, Sinet Jakazet Walatzitni, Denizet Wadaket-zitni, Nok Denizet Nemox, Tayu Habikadizit, Luxilio Sinifiani. What I did was I addressed everyone and I said that it was a beautiful day. And I wanted to just let you know that my name is Gadan, Zakazet Gadan, and my English name is Marjorie. My mother's name is Jakazet Walat, and her English name is Sue Alfred. My late father is Denizet Wadaket, and his English name was Henry Alfred. And my house chief is Chief Nemox. His English name is John Ridsdale. And I belong to the Tayu clan of the Wet'suwet'en, and my father's clan is Luxilio. And I just wanted to, first of all, just position myself in the lands here and to let everybody know who I am and where I belong. Thank you again to the chair for the introduction. As I am speaking today, I'm speaking on behalf of all the First Nations teachers in BC that have shared their story, their truth with us. And we have a number of teachers over the decades that have classroom experience. And so, you know, the First Nations teachers, Inuit teachers, the Métis teachers have firsthand and frontline knowledge of harmful and damaging effects of colonial tools called FSAs. And now I was going to say, did we have to remove the word distinction? The distinction-based primer as well. So they wanted us to not talk about this. Okay, so there's some issues with the standardized test. I was going to go into a little bit more beyond standardized testing, but I think it's important that we focus on the FSA that we've been, trying to advocate that this test not be a part of the education system, the public education system. One of the things that the tool does is it doesn't reflect, when we're assessing this way, it doesn't reflect their cultural context, is not only meaningless and inauthentic, but also causes harm. So the negative impact on self-esteem is really a concern for us. Low performance on standardized testing negatively affects the self-esteem and confidence of the First Nations students. There's also the concern that there's a misrepresentation of abilities. So the standardized testing often fail to capture First Nation students' true abilities and potential, painting an incomplete picture of their talents, strengths, and gifts. So there's that reinforcement of inequities. So the use of FSA results to rank schools reinforces existing inequities and stigmatizes schools with significant First Nations populations. So the lack of actionable data, we're always continuing to argue that the data from the FSA tests are not effectively used to improve educational outcomes to First Nations children. So it's disrupting the learning, and that's what we're really concerned with, it, as well as all the others. So if we're focusing on standardized testing, this is going to disrupt the classroom instruction and learning. So this is a lot of information from teachers over the years, over the decades. And so we're really concerned about it. One of the experiences over these many years working with the First Nations students and parents, we believe that building a strong identity and a strong sense of belonging is essential. So building enhancement agreements with parents, students, and community means building relationships and respecting, our ways of knowing, being, and doing. And it doesn't include using harmful colonial tools such as the FSAs. These tests not only hold little, if any, relevance for our children and run counter to the responsibility that we're tasked with, but in fact cause harm. And so, the one thing that we really want to emphasize today is that First Nations teachers in the public school, our voices have been silenced. Together, the First Nations, we bring decades of the classroom experience. So creating a sense of belonging in schools is a top priority for us and parents, even grandparents, the community of the Aboriginal children, as has been evident in enhancement agreements that value all Indigenous voices. So the FSA testing is harmful, having unnecessary negative impacts on children's self-esteem and confidence. It fails to consider the unique cultural contexts and learning styles. They misrepresent their abilities and reinforce existing inequities. So an example of this harm was evident many years ago that in Prince Rupert School, which was ranked at the bottom of the FSA list. And what good comes from using tools from the colonial toolbox to draw negative attention and stigmatize students, their school, and community? So it's very problematic. Such rankings perpetuate stereotypes and undermine the efforts of educators and students working to create a supportive and inclusive learning environment. So we just want to reinforce some of the concerns that we have of the standardized testing, that it's not really testing the abilities and the gifts of our students, and it's actually doing more harm, and their spirits are damaged. We see over and over the tears when they are doing the FSA, and we've seen it, the teachers have seen it. And not only First Nations students are crying and devastated from trying to be successful with this standardized testing that doesn't really help teachers in the end, doesn't direct their lessons or it doesn't provide any resources. And we just want to make sure that our voices are heard, because we've witnessed this and experienced the voice of many First Nations, Inuit, and Métis teachers across this province being their voices are silenced. And so we need to come together and listen to the people who are at the front line. And, you know, we've had this experience, we know what works, and sense of belonging again is very crucial to the success of our students.
Thank you,
I
Marjorie.
really appreciate the opportunity, Chair, to share some of our concerns. We have more, but given, you know, the opportunity to do this, we're trying to make it as straight to the point, and we appreciate it. Awitsa, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Marjorie. I will acknowledge Helen.
Wait, Chachwaidap, Helen Henderson, Winsquest. I just want to thank the presenters for their presentation and, you know, touching on a very critical aspect of jurisdiction that I feel is a huge gap. Anytime we talk about our our children, youth, and families, I've always believed that, you know, there's an occupied space where it, you know, our children really need us as leaders, you know, to really have a really good look at, you know, what's going on in the classrooms. I am reminded of one of our members coming forward, you know, with huge concerns in the development of some of our work, that, you know, it was in a very colonized mindset. And where is the Sehwemch in our work? And that was a huge eye opener for me years back when I carried on the work. It was a huge eye opener to my own colonized mindset and my viewpoint of sending my own children to school, and not realizing that for myself, in order to keep myself safe at a very young age, probably 2 or 3, maybe even younger, I learned quickly the Semat ways, the non-Indigenous, to keep myself safe in every space, including school. I learned to read before I even went to school, knowing that those spaces weren't going to be safe. So all these years later, as we send our kids into our schools, both in community and out of community, we really have to question, how much work have we done in our own backyards when we send our kids off to school? The majority of our teachers are non-Indigenous. And thankfully, we're in a time now where we're pursuing education jurisdiction. And we've also drew down our the law of the valerian plant, our child and family well-being law. And that's how I see our community pulling themselves out of these colonized systems and transforming the practice in all of these jurisdictional fields. So I just want to hold my hands up to all of you for raising this critical issue. It really needs our eye on it as we send our children into public schools, you know, for 8 hours a day. They spend the majority of time.
Limlet Cookby. And be really fast, Judy.
Thank you.
I'm noticing Harvey just says that to me. Oh, just teasing Harvey. Judy Wilson, Red Hummingbird, proxy for Osiris Indian Brand. I just wanted to say, I understand leadership sent a letter in 2022 to the Teachers Federation regarding this issue, but also with the teachers being here right at our table, I wondered if we could do a review and also maybe a stronger position following up the 2022 letter that was done, because it's affecting our students right across the board in regards to it. Many of our kids probably like drop out or, you know, give up on school after those assessments. And it also means they're not getting the adequate support that they need. So I just wanted to recommend that. I'm not sure if there's a resolution attached to this or if we're going to be developing a resolution at the next meeting, but seems like some sort of resolution needs to be developed. Thank you.
Yeah, White Limland, Judy. No, we don't have any resolutions to the topic that we just heard about, but there is a lot of work that needs to be done. There's a lot of work that has been done already by our organization and other organizations, and that will have to be reviewed and updated, and maybe giving new direction to leadership on how we move forward. It's a difficult conversation. I know what I experienced, I know what my daughters experienced, and I know what my grandchildren are experiencing. But there's something happening out there that's good. I look for the good. 2 daughters that have university degrees. We have people now with masters. We have people in our community with PhDs. So we are doing something good, but it still needs a lot of work. So I thank you for your participation this afternoon. I'm glad that we're able to fit you in a very tight schedule agenda. And Limlet, thank you. The next part of our agenda, we have 8 resolutions that we have to review, and if we have time, we have 2 late ones. And after we finish this, then we'll look at adjourning our session. And I'll go right into the resolutions. Number 12, advancing First Nations' right to culturally appropriate housing and infrastructure. Therefore, be it resolved that number 1, the BCFN Chiefs in Assembly support the immediate implementation of key form recommendations and calls to action contained within a 2024 housing form, what we heard report by all levels of government in Canada, which include A, respect and affirm First Nations fundamental human rights of housing, to housing, and the importance of culturally appropriate housing that supports First Nations inherent rights, title, and self-determination. B, urgent fiscal allocation and budget release of the $349.2 billion infrastructure investment necessary to meet Canada's target to close the infrastructure gap between First Nations and the rest of the country by 2030. C, provide sustainable funding for FNHIC, First Nations-led comprehensive cost analysis, needs assessment, asset management pilots, and innovative housing service delivery programs that directly respond to the needs of First Nations. D, development of a comprehensive BC-specific cost analysis and needs assessment building on the AFN's national Closing the Infrastructure Gap by 2030 report. Estimates to ensure alignment of federal, provincial, and municipal funding with local First Nation priorities. A comprehensive scoping, review, and case study of the First Nations housing cooperatives in the BC context. The dedicated funding, including provincial matching of the federal government's new $1.5 billion program for housing cooperatives. 2, the BC AFN Chiefs and Assembly call upon BC municipalities to implement the UN Declaration at the local level by A, co-developing working arrangements and action plans with territorial rights holders to ensure alignment of municipal policy, bylaws, and housing and homelessness initiatives with the UN Declaration. B, repelling punitive bylaws and committing to working with First Nations as territorial rights holders on municipal responses to homelessness encampments. C, supporting inclusive regional governance by advancing First Nations participation in regional district boards. Number 3, the BC Chiefs and Assembly affirmed that any arrangements, agreements, or housing and infrastructure policy outcomes must safeguard First Nations inherent rights, title, authority, and treaty rights, and avoiding interfering with Canada's legal and fiduciary responsibility to First Nations. 4, the BC Chiefs in Assembly reject the unilateral, non-distinctions-based allocation of federal housing programs with no First Nations input, and call upon the federal government and Indigenous Services Canada to prioritize funding homelessness prevention and support programs. 5, the BC Chiefs in Assembly call upon FNHIC and the newly established BC Chiefs Housing and Infrastructure Advisory Committee to provide regular progress reports to the Chiefs in Assembly on the implementation of the mandated initiatives. This resolution was moved by Chief Dan Manuel, Upper Nicola Band. Confirmed?
Yes,
Chief?
I'm here, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Looking for a seconder?
I'll second. Cookby Roseanne.
Seconded by Cookby Roseanne. Casimir de Kamloops. Any discussion on the resolution?
Mr. Chair, if I could, I just wanted to speak in favor of the resolution, just to provide a bit of background. This resolution comes as a result of the work that's been going on with the BCFN and the First Nations Housing Infrastructure Council, and a result of the second annual Housing and Homelessness Forum, which was held in Kamloops in November of 2024. This event was very well attended. I believe it was sold out. There were over 300 participants, both in person and online, over the course of the event. There were several panels, a lot of information provided, and a lot of feedback received from participants and panelists regarding the issues around homelessness and housing crisis in not only on reserve communities, but for our people, regardless of where they may reside. This resolution is looking to support the recommendations that came out of that session and to continue the advocacy work that we all need to do to amplify the messaging around the housing crisis that is inflicting many of our communities, or all of our communities. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Why, Limland Almichum? One more call for comments. Don't see any looking for question.
Question.
Question's been called. All against? Abstain? Resolution carried. We'll go to resolution number 13. Request for increase in social development shelter rates in response to rising housing costs in British Columbia. Therefore, be it resolved that number 1, the BC AFN Chiefs and Assembly support the Kispiox Band in calling on the Government of British Columbia and Government of Canada to A, increase the shelter rates for income assistance recipients to reflect the rising costs of rent and utilities, including BC Hydro. B, review and adjust the shelter rate income assistance program to ensure it is sufficient to meet the current housing needs of vulnerable individuals and families within our community. C, provide a formal response outlining steps the Government of Canada and the Government of Canada will take to address these concerns and support our community members. 2, the BC Chiefs and Assembly call upon the Government of Canada to use and implement the co-developed First Nations policy recommendations for Indigenous Services Canada on Reserve Income Assistance Program Reform Final Report to support future federal budget investments and increases to the National Income Assistance Program. And 3, the BC AFN Chiefs and Assembly call on provincial and federal authorities, including the Ministry of Social Development and Poverty Reduction and Indigenous Services Canada and other organizations that may be involved in a review of adjustment or adjustment of shelter rates. This resolution was moved by Chief Colin Sutherland Wilson.
I'm here.
He's here, and I'm looking for a seconder.
Goodby Rhonda Phillips, Hatsuth First Nation. I'll second.
Thank you, Cookby. Any discussion?
Just briefly, Chief Counselor Colin Sutherland Wilson, Kispiox Band, a correction to the spelling of Kispiox. Just switch the I and the O around.
Noted. Thank you. With that, I'm looking for a question. Question's been called. All opposed? Seeing none, all abstain? Seeing none, resolution carried. Thank you. Now we'll go to resolution number 14. Supporting First Nations to meet building code standards for healthy and safe homes. Therefore, be it resolved that 1, the BC AFN Chiefs and Assembly support the Kispiox Band in calling on the Indigenous Services Canada and Government of British Columbia to work with First Nations to ensure that First Nations can build and maintain their homes in a manner that is both safe and affordable. 2, the BC Chiefs and Assembly support the Kispiox Band in calling on Indigenous Services Canada to work in full partnership with First Nations to identify areas where building code standards can be relaxed or modified without compromising the health and safety of residents to reflect the unique needs and circumstances of First Nations communities. 3, the BC AFN Chiefs and Assembly call upon the provincial government and federal government to support the full implementation of the recommendations outlined in the BC First Nations Climate Strategy and Action Plan, and in particular, Theme 4.3, including A, support for nations were requested to support the development of nation-specific building codes, to provide a framework for communities on how the design, construction, and maintenance of buildings can comply with energy-efficient objectives. B, develop a housing and building funding framework to support nation capacity to undertake culturally appropriate and energy-efficient housing and building initiatives. C, support First Nations off-grid with sustainable and affordable options to access clean energy sources and reduce home energy costs. 4, the BC Chiefs and Assembly call upon the provincial government and federal government to establish distinctions-based grants that seek to enhance capacity, building, and access to technical resources to support First Nation developers and homeowners in aligning with low-carbon, climate-resilient, and affordable housing goals. 5, the BC Chiefs and Assembly direct BCFN to call on the provincial government to work in partnership with rights and title holders to assess the impacts of the building code on First Nations, including the zero carbon step codes, both on and off the reserve. Number 6, the BC Chiefs and Assembly call upon the regional chief to advocate for meaningful engagement of First Nations in any future amendments to the BC Building Code and ensure that First Nations have access to realistic and practical building options to create homes that are affordable and meet their needs. 7, the BC Chiefs and Assembly reaffirm the urgent call for coordinated, urgent, and sustainable funding from all levels of government to support the housing service and programming needs of First Nations in BC that address systemic issues related to housing for First Nations, leading to chronically underfunded housing-related operations and maintenance. This resolution, looking for a mover and a seconder. Okay, mover is Chief Colin Sutherland Wilson. Thank you. Looking for a seconder? Steve?
Chief Elgin Cutler.
Chief Elgin Cutler. Any discussion on the motion? If not, I'm looking for question.
Question?
Question's been called. All against? Any abstentions? Resolution carried. We'll go to resolution number 15, support for BCAFN to engage in the reform of the Access to Information Act. Therefore, be it resolved that 1, the BC Chiefs and Assembly supports BCAFN engaging with Treasury Board of Canada to co-develop Access to Information Act, ITIA, reforms which reflect the interests and priorities of First Nations in BC. 2, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly call on the Regional Chief and the BCAFN staff to provide updates to the Chiefs and Assembly on the status of ATIA reform discussions. 3, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly call on the Treasury Board of Canada to provide adequate funding and timelines to ensure the full participation of BC First Nations in the engagement process. 4, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly called on the Government of Canada to extend regular invitations to BC First Nations to provide feedback and recommendations related to the Access to Information Act for all regular reviews of the Act every 5 years. Looking for a mover and a seconder. Moved by
Simply on proxy for Squamish, willing to move.
Liblet. Looking for a seconder.
Could be Rhonda
Chief
Phillips.
Don Tom.
Yes,
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions? If not, I'm going to go to question.
Question?
Limlet. Any against? Any abstain? Resolution carried. Thank you. We'll go to resolution number 16. Gotta wet the whistle here. Resolution number 16, support for BC First Nations community-led Indian residential school and Indian hospital investigations. Therefore, be it resolved that 1, the BC Chiefs and Assembly directs the Regional Chief, working with the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, UBCIC, and the First Nations Summit, FNS, at the First Nations Leadership Council, FNLC, to work with the BC First Nations Community-Led Indian Residential School Investigations Technical Working Group, TWG, to identify issues and develop recommendations to support the advancement of BC First Nations community-led residential school and Indian hospital investigation. And 2, the BC Chiefs and Assembly directs the Regional Chief, working with the UBCIC, FNS, and the FNLC to advance recommendations and key concerns identified by the TWG and First Nations conducting Indian residential school and Indian hospital investigations in British Columbia to all levels of government, subject to resources. This resolution is moved by Cookby Roseanne Casimir to Kamloops to Shiwapmach. Looking for a seconder.
Cookby Rhonda Phillips, Hetzeth First Nation.
Thank you, Cookby. Is there any discussion on the resolution? I see none. I looking for question.
Question.
Question's been called. All those opposed? All those abstain? Resolution carried. Thank you. We'll go to draft resolution number 17. Support for First Nations cumulative effects monitoring and emergency coordination through First Nations Emergency Services Society, FNESS. Therefore, be it resolved that 1, the BC Chiefs and Assembly fully supports the First Nations Emergency Services Society, FNESS, in their work tracking cumulative environmental effects and advancing First Nations-led emergency planning and environmental monitoring. 2, the BC AFN Chiefs and Assembly recognize the urgent need for a coordinated First Nations-led framework to track cumulative environmental effects on First Nations lands which impact emergency response, infrastructure planning, and long-term risk assessment, and further recognize the urgent need to ensure First Nations have direct access to critical environmental data for decision making. 3, the BCFN Chiefs and Assembly urges the province of British Columbia, including the Ministry of Environmental and Emergency Branch, EEB, Emergency Management and Climate Readiness, EMCR, and the Ministry of Health to work in partnership with First Nations and FNESS to co-develop a First Nations-led framework for tracking cumulative environmental impacts, ensuring that First Nations play a central role in decision-making, monitoring, and response efforts. And 4, the BC AFN Chiefs and Assembly call on Canada and British Columbia to provide dedicated funding to build First Nations capacity in cumulative effects monitoring, including community-based water testing, risk assessment, and environmental emergency planning, and direct the BC AFN executive and staff to advocate for sustainable funding sources to ensure the long-term success of First Nations-led monitoring initiatives. This resolution was moved by Judy Wilson, proxy for Osoyoos Indian Band. Looking for a seconder.
Chief Linda Price, Algacho First Nation.
Limlin Chief. We have a seconder. Is there any discussion on resolution number 17? I hear none. I call question.
Question.
Question's been called. All those against? All those that abstain? None. Resolution number 17 passed. Draft resolution number 18. Support for the FNESS regional structure for equitable First Nations representation in emergency management. Therefore, be it resolved that the BC AFN Chiefs and Assembly support the 8-region model developed by the First Nations Emergency Services Society, FNESS, as a framework for equitable emergency management representation and resource distribution among First Nations in British Columbia. 2, the BC AFN Chiefs and Assembly recognize the urgent need for a First Nations-led regionally representative emergency management framework that ensures equitable access to resources, coordination, and response capacity for First Nations in British Columbia. 3, the BCFN Chiefs and Assembly urges Indigenous Services Canada, ISC, and Emergency Management and Climate Readiness, EMCR, the Ministry of Forest, BC Wildfire Service, BCWS, and other relevant provincial and federal agencies involved in emergency management, wildfire response, and disaster recovery to recognize and implement the FNESS regional model and align their policies, funding allocations, and service delivery to ensure more equitable emergency management support for First Nations communities and enhance interagency coordination, and for the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly directed BCAFN Regional Chief working with the Union of BC Indian Chiefs and the First Nations Summit as the First Nations Leadership Council to work in collaboration with FNESS to support the implementation of the 8-region model for First Nations-led emergency management contingent upon available funding and resource support from relevant agencies. This was moved by Judy Wilson, who is here, and Chief Don Tom, who is here. Are there any questions, comments regarding resolution number 18?
Yeah, can you read that resolution again, Chair?
Come on, friend. Come on, friend.
Question.
Question has been called. Any against the resolution? Any opposed? Resolution carried. Should I go into these ones?
We need to do another one, 19.
Oh.
And then on time. And then go to the
Resolution, draft resolution number 19, 20th Anniversary Leadership Accord Addendum and FNLC Terms of Reference. Therefore be it resolved that 1, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly endorses the updated Terms of Reference for the First Nations Leadership Council and the Leadership Accord 20th Anniversary Addendum, and 2, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly directs the regional chief as a member of the First Nations Leadership Council to continue to prioritize a strong unified voice for First Nations in BC on the issues and matters that affect them as articulated in the Terms of Reference. Can I have a mover, please?
Cookby Roseanne, the Council of Schwappen.
Moved by Cookby Roseanne.
Chief James Hobart, second.
Chief James Hobart, Limland. Is there any comments on resolution number 19? If not, I'm looking for question.
Question.
Question has been called. Are there any against the resolution? Are there any abstaining on this resolution? Resolution carried. Thank you. We're not quite done yet. Just to let you know, we have 2 late resolutions, and the late resolutions are in the chat. Late resolution number 1, support for the National Children's Chief Commission. Therefore, be it resolved that 1, the BC Chiefs and Assembly fully support the National Chiefs Commission, NCCC, mandate to oversee and provide strategic direction for the negotiation of national agreements for the long-term reform of First Nations Child and Family Services, FNCFS program, and Jordan's Principle. Number 2, The BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly fully support the NCCC's terms of reference and NCCC's negotiation team's terms of reference as presented, and invites the BC representatives on the NCCC to provide regular updates and to seek their approval of the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly prior to any substantive agreements to either terms of reference. 3, the BC Chiefs and Assembly fully support the First Nations Child and Family Caring Society motion seeking to order directing Canada to consult with the Assembly of First Nations, AFN, and the Caring Society on a national long-term reform of the FNCFS program and Jordan's principle, the motion. 4, the BC Chiefs and Assembly direct the regional chief to ensure that free, prior, and informed consent of First Nations in BC is sought in the development of any regional addendums or sub-agreements to the national agreement. 5, the BC Chiefs and Assembly direct the National Chief working with the First Nations Summit and the Union of BC Indian Chiefs as the First Nations Leadership Council to support the NCC in compelling Canada to negotiate a national agreement for the long-term reform of FNCFS program and Jordan's principle in accordance with AFN resolutions, AFN 2024 resolutions 60, 61, 88, 89, and 90, and to ensure that specific issues specific to First Nations in BC, including those who choose not to share their views through the NCCC, are sought and reflected in any and all consultation processes on long-term reform of the FNCFS program and Jordan's principle. And 6, the BCA Chiefs and Assembly urges the federal government to engage in good faith negotiations on national agreements on long-term reform to the FNCFS program and Jordan's principle with the AFN through the NCC. This late resolution was moved by Cookby Helen Henderson and seconded by Judy Wilson, proxy. Any comments, questions on the resolution? Acknowledge you, Chief Dan Manuel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to have some clarity around, if you could scroll through, or maybe I'll bring it up on my side. The therefore be it resolved number 4. As we all know, and we've heard here, Ontario region has signed a region or a Ontario-specific agreement yesterday to move forward with the FSA, particularly as it pertains to Ontario region. Is this number 4 intended to question that?
Any comment from the mover or the seconder? Judy?
Yes, Judy Wilson, proxy holder. I just wanted to say in the resolutions that were passed in Ottawa, Resolution 88, it was talking about an national umbrella agreement and the regional specific agreements that, would have their distinction or their uniqueness. So it's in line with Resolution 88 that was passed at the AFN. So the work at the national level has to continue because it's a national program to end discrimination against children and families. And then the regional agreements, we know that those would be unfolding. I think there's confusion the way the Ontario agreements were specific to that because they were negotiated when they were negotiating the FSA. But I just wanted to say we did have lengthy discussions on this at the Union of BC Indian Chiefs earlier this month. And we did both pass by consensus, both the BC Pathway and the NCCCC resolutions. So I think it's just in line with the continued work that's needed. I don't want to be too lengthy, Chair, but I think that answers the question.
Liebland, Judy. Any other comments?
Hi, good day, Helen Henderson, Winsquest. Hello. Chief Helen Henderson is my name. Thank you for the question for clarity. Absolutely. I think that in our previous conversations at the other forums, we discussed a BC specific approach and what does that look like as it relates to, this particular motion and with the environment that we found ourselves in, with the final settlement agreement and some of the things that happened after, we really needed to explore alternatives to ensure that we're completely wrapping our work around pursuing and holding up the human rights order that was put in place for a national reform. So in order to achieve that, we feel that, these resolutions will seal up any gaps in the work moving forward on a regional basis as well, if certainly that helps.
Liebland. With them explanations, and I see no other hands up in the assembly, I'll be looking for question.
Question.
Question has been called. Any against resolution, late resolution number 1?
Yeah, Chief Dan Manuel Upper Nicola.
Okay. Acknowledged, Chief Dan. Any abstentions? See no abstentions. With that, I declare late resolution number 1 passed. We'll go to late resolution number 2, our final resolution for the day. Subject to a call to reject and criminalize residential school denialism. Therefore, be it resolved that the BC AFN Chiefs and Assembly categorically reject any and all denialists-based claims and remarks regarding the residential school system perpetuated by the public or elected officials. Number 2, the BCFN Chiefs and Assembly rejects the statements made by Conservative MLA Dallas Bodie regarding unmarked graves and burial sites at the Kamloops Indian Residential School and demand for the removal of these racist and inaccurate statements from her social media page. And 3, the BCFN Chiefs and Assembly call on the BC Conservative Party leader, John Rosted, to immediately remove MLA Dallas Brody from the BC Conservative Caucus and publicly denounce her statements made regarding unmarked graves and burial sites. This late resolution is moved by Sempelela. Looking for a seconder.
Chief Hobart?
I already moved second.
Chief Hobart? Oh, you know.
Excuse me. Excuse me, I didn't have the final page to the resolution. Number 4, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly call on all members of Parliament to support Bill C-413, an act to amend the Criminal Code promotion of hatred against Indigenous people, to criminalize residential school denialism, and to hold individuals accountable for spreading hateful speech and misinformation about the residential school system and Indigenous people. And 5, the BC AFN Chiefs and Assembly call for all levels of government and the public to, point one, uphold the testimony of those with lived experiences who survived and witnessed crimes and human rights violations at residential schools, along with the findings of experts and the documentation of physical and archival evidence captured by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and by subsequent investigations by First Nations and partners at former residential school sites across Canada. Point B, publicly denounce any and all residential school denialism unequivocally. And next point, implement the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's 94 calls to action. And last bullet, advance policies that acknowledge and take responsibility for the history and harmful legacy of residential schools. And final bullet, support healing for survivors. Number 6, the BC AFN Chiefs in Assembly stands with survivors and intergenerational survivors of residential schools and their families, as well as the children who never made it home, and all those who are harmed by the deeply troubled trend of residential school denialism and any unwillingness to accept historical fact and the work of experts. This is late resolution number 2, and it is moved by Simpalalam, and from what I heard, it is seconded by Chief James Hobart.
Thanks, Chair. James.
Chief Cook. It was moved by Cookby Roseanne. Sorry, Chief. It's been one of them days. Is there any comments, questions on the resolution? If not, I'm looking for a question. Question has been called. All those against? All those abstain? No abstain. With the results of the vote, I declare resolution carried. It's been a very long day for you, for all of us, to get through our agenda, and we did get through a lot in the last 2 days. And before I close, I'd like to acknowledge Grand Chief Stuart Phillip.
Yes, am I on?
Yes, can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to take a moment to, I suppose, comment on the resolution that was passed a few minutes ago in regard to supporting the 20th anniversary for the First Nations Leadership Council. And that's the reason I decided to be part of your BCAF and AGA session here. So I've been online for the last couple of days, listening and observing the dialogue and listening to your special guests and whatnot. I just want to commend you on having such a very well prepared and organized meeting. Aside from Minister Brar, your guests were concise and informative. But I'm so proud of our people, our First Nations people, our Indigenous people in BC, who after many, many years of division are able to come together like this and hold our meetings in such a good way and have such informed dialogue. And I thought Harvey did a good job. Chairing is very, very difficult, and top marks for, it's hard not to call you Chief Harvey. Top marks for Harvey and doing such a great job. So I wish you all well and look forward to seeing you again at some point. Bye. Lim Lim.
Why, before we go to closing, for all of those that have stayed today, stayed with us all day, we have 2 door prizes. And as of yesterday, you have to be present to accept. Draw number 1 is a $500 prepaid Visa. And I asked Joanne to spin the wheel. Mina Holmes. And she's in
Awesome,
the
I'm right
room.
here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Draw number 2 is a $1,500 flight credit. Go ahead, Joanna. Wayne Sparrow, are you in the room? He's not in the room. Judy Thomas.
She is.
Are you in the room?
She here? She is, yep.
She's here. Congratulations, Judy. And thank you to the BCFN and the staff for acknowledging and giving out gifts just so that you would stay with us and be here and help us, guide us, and do in the work that we're doing. Limlin to the chiefs, proxies, regional chief, BCFN board of directors, and representatives, as well as the BCFN staff for their support in hosting the 21st Annual Special Chiefs Assembly. I know it wasn't easy. There's a lot of work that went into preparing for our 2-day session, and I raise my hands to the staff, to regional chief, the directors, and all those involved in putting together the agenda, contacting people, and organizing them to be here with us today. Before we adjourn, I'd like to invite BCFN's Knowledge Keeper. Oh, yes. My apologies, Regional Chief. Yep.
Maureen, you have the slide.
Yes.
Before I close comments, I'd just like to offer a moment of silence for Hemis Klalila, Bill Wilson, and offer prayers and condolences to his family. So if we take your hats off and bow our heads for a moment of silence for the passing of Bill Wilson. Thank you. So on Sunday, I had the opportunity to attend a service in his homeland, in the homelands of Kwakwaka'wakw people, and witness the services for Bill. I was sitting with, thank you for those words, Grand Chief Stuart Phillip. Sitting with Grand Chief and Joan, his wife, and a slideshow came up about his life, his family, young beginnings when he was a child to becoming the second lawyer, Indigenous First Nations lawyer in British Columbia at UBC. But one slide, particular of note, and was identified by Grant Chief, and he's like, look at that. It says it's about the land and it's about the water, and you know, he always talked about that, and certainly sometimes he challenged many colonial governments, but he also challenged us. I certainly was intimidated by Bill, because I think he wanted more of us to hold us to the highest levels, that we're not less than the colonizers, that we deserve more, we deserve justice, and we deserve our place in this world. So certainly it was a good service to witness, and our hearts go out to the people, to his grandchildren, to his daughters Corey and Jody, former regional chief attorney general. You know, when he took Prime Minister Trudeau to task, we certainly know now that that wasn't the last time that Wilson took Trudeau to task, and we saw that with Jody, and to his son Corey as well, and to his wife Bev Sellers, former chief, Williams Lake First Nation, provided good comments and stories about her husband of over 30 years, and you know, when we're looking at all these resolutions and our agenda, you know, much of what Bill and, you know, many of those big leaders that are still alive today, and some that have passed on to the spirit world, are fought for. And at the time of that, they were fighting for rights, title, and interests, and also a say of our people. Was a very difficult time of the white paper, and recognize that Bill was, you know, one of the leads in terms of the National Indian Brotherhood, which became the AFN, the beginnings of the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, the First Nations Summit, the United Native Nations, and the list goes on and on, what Bill advocated for. And like I said, he certainly was challenging. But for me personally, when he passed, the day he passed, I'm reminded of when he was asked to make comments to the news, and I saw it on watching on TV, you know, as a 9-10-year-old, seeing this First Nations man really calling out industry and government and taking them to task. I didn't know you could talk that way to the colonizers, because, you know, in that time, as an Indigenous person, as a First Nations person, we're talked down to. The racism that I experienced as a kid, that we've all experienced as a kid. It really, you know, that for that moment in time, and perhaps even beyond that, it gave you a sense of pride of who we are as First Nations. And, you know, a person like that has the ability to take all of us on his shoulders and try to take us to a place that's far better than where we were, that is fighting for, in many respects, for justice on all levels, whether it's about the water, the lands, child welfare, education, policing, everything that we discussed the last couple of days in regards to what we're experiencing as in this journey is really important, and we need to recognize those that have fought the good fight and continue to fight the good fight, like Grand Chief Stuart Phillip, like many of you in the room that witnessed all those years of fighting, and now we're here, we're in a place that, albeit we're not there yet, We have the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. We have a number of tools and court declarations, the recognition of title. And yet we still see our people dying in the streets, not enough homes, the highest rates of death in the opioid crisis, 5 times higher than the norm, the highest rates of homelessness. Some of our territories, some of the lowest graduation rates with education, having no say in some of the developments in our backyards and our territories. I can safely say we're not there yet because, quite simply, with everything that we discussed the last 2 days, gives us a real good recap of where we're at. However, what you've offered, chiefs in the room, is the ability to continue to fight for our children in terms of child welfare and continue to fight, have a say in the Mineral Tenure Act. The 20 resolutions to call out some issues that we've experienced in the last few days and weeks of denialism on Indian residential schools, and really talk about many of the things that our people are experiencing to this day. I think it's really important that the resolutions that have been passed gives me the mandate to continue this work. Sometimes I say it's good problems. It's good problems to have, and it's good problems to speak up on some of these matters that are very important to our people. And I wouldn't be here without not only you, chiefs, in the room, but also with my board of directors, my chiefs, Cook B. Roseanne Casper, Chief Don Sam, Chief Jerry Jack, Brian Assu, Chief Maureen Loogie, as board of directors, my chief of staff, Vanessa West, my EA, Victoria Austin, my senior advisors, Sophia, Maureen, Matt, thank you for all the work. Our representatives, Crystal Starr Lewis, Kyle Alec, as part of our youth representative, Maureen Askew, our 2S LGBTQIA. I've said that quite a bit, so I'm good at that one. Cheryl Rule, this is a first meeting since you were elected as our women's representative. I thank you all. And in the bigger context of things that we're doing here from British Columbia is certainly leading the way in the national discussion when we talk with my executives at the AFN. They look to us, they continue to look to us to provide help, support, direction, and advice on how best to proceed. We're not the only place that has passed the declaration as law. Northwest Territories have as well. And we certainly hope other regions, provinces consider to do the same. I think it's really important to recognize that British Columbia, with the recognition of title in HIDA, really sets the stage for ourselves in a good way. I think we really lead in terms of recognition of our rights, title, and interests. I think we could really set the agenda. But more importantly, I think we can write the next chapter in our history, in this journey, in this book, in a good way, that there is some semblance of hope, that there is some semblance of justice for our people, and we could be the authors of the next book that comes out, speaking to how we took our rightful place in this world and in our place, especially with the amount of chaos we see that's not of our doing when we're seeing Ottawa perhaps making change in terms of politics. We're seeing a big change south of the border with the President of the United States really affecting the sovereignty of Canada, and yet our sovereignty as Indigenous nations in this country has always been under attack for well over 150 years. and yet we're asked to once again fight for Canada. And we'll do it like the 10,000 Haudenosaunee and all the tribes did that in 1812, because it certainly will affect us. So in these changing times, and just to note that I believe there was clarity today on the tariffs that there will be going ahead on March 4th. So a lot of work to do over the next year, and I'm well over halfway in my third term as your regional chief, and certainly it's an honor and a privilege to serve you as the regional chief. And I haven't been home since February 2nd, so I look forward to going home. I thank you all for attending the last 2 days, and thank you for having me as your spokesperson. I would say there's no better place to serve than British Columbia. I'm so proud to be a Tackla Nation member, but also proud to be coming from such a beautiful place that we call British Columbia that is setting the standard. Lastly, before we go to a prayer, I just want to acknowledge my chair here. When I first got elected, Harvey was on the board of directors for my first 6 years, and those 6 years we didn't know what we were getting into, and we certainly learned a lot during that journey. And I always call you a friend, a colleague, and somebody I could depend upon even after you left the executive table. And you did a great bang-up job the last couple of days, serving as our chair, understanding what we're doing here. I thank you. I can't thank you enough, but I will thank you with a gift. I have a gift for you. I'll hand it to you. We'll take a picture later. But the gift is a blanket, but there's also, I think, a vouchers of sort to purchase a cowboy hat. A cowboy hat that is to your liking. And but I'll just leave it at that, and safe travels home for some of you. And I wouldn't be here without the rest of my staff too, as well. All of my staff, I'm well over 25 at this office, and thank them all. I can't thank them enough. And there's a lot to do. There's a lot to do, and there's a lot that has been done. So thank you all, and pass it back to you.
Liam, Regional Chief. It's kind of difficult going home, so I have to call my spirit home when I leave here, because of what we endured, what we've done, what we've decided, how we bonded to ensure that the work that we're doing is being done in a good way, and it's being inclusive of all of us. It's not being done by one, it's being done by all. And with that, I'm going to ask simply Liam to close us off in a good way. White.
Ho siam, chim pomentomi elswat siam, kupi siams, em squalowins slintanite, quamentomi siam. Yo ho. Chi wa e chi ti chin chin swai in cho mo stamu yo ho Tommy spot symptoms quatos common Tommy symptoms cook into the hat sets up this queech lock tea squal aquilus would chai up yosium nam chick toke. First of all, thanking each and every one of you, RC, Harvey, our board, our technical team, our staff, our Kupi chiefs and matriarchs that are in the room. Really grateful for each and every one of you. That we're doing the work. The work that we did yesterday, Queechalak, the work that we're going to do today, T-Squile, the work we're going to do tomorrow, Aquilus. Asking Creator to watch over each and every one of you while you get in your canoes and pull home. And would chai up yo, you all take care. With that, I say hot quitimas.
I declare the assembly over and thank you again. White Limnet.